shortage of worthwhile work to be done, and no surplus of seasons in which to do it. That is the wisdom of a woman who learned too early in life that life is fragile, freedom can't be taken for granted, democracy must be defended, peace must be won, and there is no time to waste doing any of that. It is the resolve of the refugee who fled tyranny twice before the age of 11. And it is the determination of a diplomat who knew war and worked to end it. I was privileged to know Madeleine through many seasons of our lives, and she was always in a hurry to do good. We first met in the 1980s at a benefit for the Children's Defense Fund here in Washington. She introduced herself as a fellow Wellesley College graduate, and the seeds of our friendship were sown. We called each other 59 and 69. She was 10 years ahead of me in college, but in some ways, it might have been a different century altogether. The commencement speaker, when she graduated from Wellesley, a former Secretary of Defense, told the class of 1959 that their main responsibility was to get married and raise interesting children. Now, Madeleine did that, of course, but instead of resting on her maternal laurels, or even resting while her newborn twins were in the neonatal intensive care unit, she decided, presciently, it was time to learn Russian at the local college. Later, as a professor herself, she inspired her students to share her spirit of urgency and action. Silence may be golden, she told them, but it won't win many arguments. You have to interrupt. This came in handy when Bill named her ambassador to the United Nations in 1993 and then Secretary of State in 1996. Now, it's been said that I urged my husband to nominate her as our first female Secretary of State. Unlike much that's said, this story is true. And I was thrilled when he agreed. When dictators dragged their feet or ambassadors filibustered, Madeleine never hesitated to speak up. And just in case they didn't get the message, she would put on a snail pin to signal her impatience. A dozen times a day, she would ask her team, "What's next?" turning her boundless energy and intellect to yet another crucial global challenge. She was irrepressible, wickedly funny, very stylish, and always ready for a laugh. She brought the same energy to her friendships as she did to her diplomacy. Yes, it's true. She did teach the foreign minister of Botswana the Macarena at a UN Security Council meeting and snuck off early from an official event to do the tango in Buenos Aires. She was even invited to compete on Dancing with the Stars after she tore up the dance floor at Chelsea's wedding in the arms, I would add, of a much younger, very handsome man. She guest starred on TV shows like Gilmore Girls and Madam Secretary. In fact, she and Colin Powell of blessed memory and Madeleine and I were on that series, which we all three loved and actually watched. And Madeleine was always making a point to the scriptwriter. That would not have happened. And finally, Colin said to her, "Madeleine, it's fiction, it's a story." She said, "I know, but I want them to get it right." She took me on a memorable walking tour of her beloved Prague in the midst of a driving rainstorm, which left us both laughing so hard we hardly noticed. And we spent a memorable evening together at the home of President and Mrs. Havel, just the four of us having dinner. And I got to listen to them talk about what it meant for their beloved country to be free. She met regularly with a group of former foreign ministers who were known as Madeleine and her exes. And yes, I just want to make it clear, she really could leg press 400 pounds. When that first came out, there were doubters. Anyone who knew Madeleine didn't, but not everyone had that great pleasure. And so she made it very clear by going to her gym as soon as the article came out to do it again so that people would know, yes, she did. And she mentored the next generation of women leaders through Vital Voices, an organization that she and I helped to start back in the late 90s, and the Albright Institute at her beloved Wellesley College. She relished her annual journey north to Wellesley outside of Boston each winter to meet with the Institute's fellows. They came from all corners of the globe to hear from experts, to think critically about our biggest challenges, and to prepare for central roles in solving them. And very often she would call me when she returned with just such enthusiasm in her voice about the young women that she had just spent time with and what they were going to do in the future. She led the American delegation to the historical UN Conference on Women in Beijing in 1995, and she urged me to push the envelope on women's rights in the speech I delivered there. She also came with us the next day, about 45 minutes outside of Beijing, to where the non-governmental organizations and the activists had been sent, and where we, in the midst of a driving rain, another driving rain with me and Madeleine, waded through the mud, trying to avoid the security from the Chinese government, who were not happy that Madeleine and I were there, in order to speak to those women who would go home across the world to spread the message that women's rights are human rights. She never blinked. She just pulled herself up to her full height, which I never believed was 5 feet, but however high it was, she took every inch, and every part of her spine was as straight as a steel bar, and just looked at the security people and said, "Get out of our way, we're going to our meeting." She didn't just help other women. She spent her entire life counseling and cajoling, inspiring and lifting up so many of us who are here today. So, The angels better be wearing their best pins and putting on their dancing shoes, because if, as Madeleine believed, there's a special place in hell for women who don't support other women, they haven't seen anyone like her yet. And yes, on top of all that, she continued to issue blunt warnings about the dangers posed by authoritarianism and fascism with undeniable moral clarity. Until the end, she was still in a hurry to do good. As Bill said during the last phone call 2 weeks before she died, she talked about the importance of what President Biden is doing to rally the world against Putin's horrific invasion of Ukraine and the urgent work of defending democracy at home and around the world. She knew better than most, and she warned us in her book on fascism that yes, it can happen here, and time and courage are of the essence. The Bible tells us that to everything there is a season and a time and purpose under heaven, a time to weep and a time to laugh. If Madeleine were here with us today, she would also remind us this must be a season of action. And yes, once again, we must heed the wisdom of her life and the cause of her public service. Stand up to dictators and demagogues, from the battlefields of Ukraine to the halls of our own capital. Defend democracy at home just as vigorously as we do abroad. Live up to the ideals of the country that welcomed an 11-year-old refugee sailing into New York Harbor on a ship called SS America and made her Secretary of State. Let us honor Madeleine's life and legacy by being the indispensable nation she loved and served. And let us live as she did, in a hurry to do the most good we can with every season under heaven. Godspeed, 59. God bless you, dear Madeleine. We will never, ever forget you.
Freedom endures against all odds in the face of every aggressor, because there are always those who will fight for that freedom. And in the 20th and 21st century, freedom had no greater champion than Madeleine Corbell Albright. Anne, Alice, Katie, your mom was a force of nature. With her goodness and grace, her humanity, and her intellect, she turned the tide of history. David, Daniel, Jack, Jake, Ben, and Ellie, you're too young to remember this, but when the Iron Curtain fell and the Berlin Wall came down, our world faced one of those inflection points, once-in-a-generation moment of upheaval, but opportunity as well. People and nations around the world were deciding the future they wanted to make for themselves. And your grandmother, as a Madam Ambassador and as the first female Secretary of State in American history, made sure those nations and those people knew exactly where the United States of America stood and what we stood for. You know, and all through it, her beloved sister Kathy and her brother John can attest, she never forgot where she came from or who she was. President Obama, President Secretary Clinton, Vice President Al Gore, members of Congress, cabinet members, past and present. Today, we honor a truly proud American who made all of us prouder to be Americans. I also want to welcome the distinguished guests and dignitaries who've traveled from around the world to celebrate a daughter of the Czech Republic who knew what it meant to endure war and flee persecution. With her friend, Václav Havel, when he died, I remember when Madeleine eulogized him, she used these words, and I quote, "He cast light into places of deepest darkness and reminded us constantly of our obligations to one another." These words apply equally to Madeleine. When I got word that Madeleine had passed, I was in midair on my way to Europe to meet with our NATO allies in Brussels to help try to continue to keep the strong alliances together. Our organization and the international response to Russia's brutal and unjustifiable war against Ukraine. It was not lost on me that Madeleine was a big part of the reason NATO was still strong and galvanized as it is today. And a few days later, I traveled to Poland and spoke about all that was at stake in our world and for democracy and freedom, which is under assault from forces of autocracy and oppression. Many are tired of hearing me say, I think we're at another inflection point in world history where there is literally a severe confrontation between autocrats and democratic nations. President Clinton, Bill, it was not lost on me that you spoke at the same Warsaw Castle that I was about to speak at 25 years earlier. In my case, it was evening. The interior of the castle, that beautiful courtyard, holds about 500-600 people. And mostly Poles and Ukrainians were present when I spoke. And I'm sure many in the audience spoke English, though likely not their first language. But when I mentioned the name, they were respectful of what I was saying. But when I mentioned the name of Madeleine Albright, there was a deafening cheer. They all stopped everything and started to cheer. It was spontaneous. It was real. For her name is still synonymous with America as a force for good in the world. Madeleine never minced words or wasted time when she saw something needed fixing or someone who needed helping. She just got to work. And as a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee from the time I was a kid, God, they were the good old days. I was the chairman or the ranking member for a good part of that time. And in the 90s, I can attest that Madeleine, with the significant help of the President of the United States, kept the committee really busy. And our work to halt genocide in the Balkans, support new democracies in Eastern and Central Europe, to develop Plan Colombia, and all those undertakings, Madeleine was an incomparable ally and advisor beyond the President to me and to others in the committee. She always had a knack for explaining to the American people why it mattered to them that people everywhere in the world were struggling to breathe free. And Madeleine didn't stop when she left government. For decades, she was a nexus for the foreign policy community, always, and I mean always, on top of the latest developments, always speaking out for democracy, and always the first to sound the alarm about fascism. Presidents and leaders around the world continue to solicit her advice, including me. When I asked her last year to chair the Defense Policy Board, she built businesses. She pumped out New York Times bestsellers that were both highly prescient and deeply salient, and constantly bestsellers. I think I've read them all. You know, and she mentored generations of rising foreign policy experts, the quote, foreign policy establishment. You know, and the thing that I noted that was deliberate and remarkable about her, not unlike Secretary Clinton, was that she made sure that young women knew they belonged at every single table having to do with national security, without exception. Today, across our government and around the world, Madeleine's protégés are legion. Many are here today, each carrying with them a spark lit by her passion and her brilliance. I think part of the reason why Madeleine was such a successful diplomat was that she understood something I've always believed, and my boss, President Obama, when I was vice president, used to kid me because I repeat so often. Because I believed she understood something I've always believed, that all politics, especially international politics, is personal. And all ultimately is personal. She could go toe-to-toe with the toughest dictators, then turn around and literally teach a fellow ambassador how to do the Macarena on the floor of the UN Security Council. You all think I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. She thought it was too difficult to teach me how to dance, though. She was right. No matter where she was, she understood people. She cared about people. And all of that was grounded in an education gained by watching her father Joseph Corbel, and her mentor as well. She learned diplomacy at the dinner table, and throughout her life, nothing mattered to Madeleine more than the family. Nothing. Madeleine had the same role that I do and others here do. No matter what's happening in my day, as President Obama can tell you, or who I'm meeting with, if one of my children calls, I take the call. She was the same way. Ann, Alice, Katie, and your grandchildren, each of you is literally a tribute to her enormous capacity to love. I know it's hard, but I promise you, she's always with you, in your mind, in your heart, and part of your soul. And I promise you, you're going to have a tough decision. You're going to be asking yourself, what would she want me to do? Not a joke. Remember I said it. That's going to happen. And Kathy and John, the connection the three of you maintained through your lives was always an anchor to Madeleine through all the ups and downs of life. What a gift. What a gift. What a family. You know, from that first transatlantic crossing on the SS America to landing in nations around the world in that big blue and white plane emblazoned with the words United States of America, Madeleine understood her story was America's story. Her story was America's story. She loved to speak about America as the indispensable nation. To her, the phrase was never a statement of arrogance. It was about gratitude for all this country made possible for her. It was a testament to her belief in the endless possibilities that only America could help unlock around the world, and to her understanding of what America power could achieve when it was united with and motivated by enduring American values. That's why there was nothing she loved more than swearing in new citizens to this great nation of ours. She'd light up, reminding them that she once stood where they stood. Having gained the blessings of liberty, she wanted nothing more than to share them around the globe. To Madeleine, from my perspective, there was no higher mission, no greater honor than to serve this great experiment of freedom known as the United States of America. May her memory continue to be a blessing to our nation. And may we remember her words and her deeds. May she always be a light to all those in the darkest places, a reminder of our obligation to one another. May God bless Madeleine Albright.
Okay. I have no toppers today. Don't be so disappointed. And I know we have a hard out for some people to gather, so we will all keep you updated on when that night needs to happen. But Zeke, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. To be quick, the president put out a statement this morning on the prisoner swap for the release of Trevor Reed. He said there were some difficult decisions that he had to make involved. Can you elaborate on what he meant? He's very concerned that this sort of arrangement incentivizes other countries to wrongfully detain Americans.
Well, first, let me say that it's a huge moment today that speaks to President Biden's commitment to bring home Americans held hostage and wrongfully detained around the world. And he's been clear since the beginning of this administration that he is committed to doing exactly that, to bringing Americans home. He's brought home Americans from Venezuela, from Afghanistan, from Haiti, from Burma, and now today from Russia. And Trevor's freedom is the result of months and months of hard, careful work across the U.S. government. Now we'll get to your question. When he referenced the tough decision in his statement this morning, he was referencing the decision to commute the sentence of Konstantin Yaroshenko. I would emphasize that this individual had already served the majority of his prison sentence for a nonviolent drug crime, and our overriding priority here was the safe return of Trevor Reed, knowing not only had he been held against his will for too long, but that his health condition required urgent treatment. He's going to be able to not only be reunited with his family, but to receive the treatment he needed from the United States. So again, our objective is to bring all Americans who are detained, who are held, who are away from their families home from overseas, but I'm not going to be able to preview for you what processes or approaches we're going to take for those moving forward.
But is there a concern that now it's not just detaining Americans, but wrongfully mistreating them allows them allow them to get seriously ill and gives another country leverage over the United States in terms of creating another opportunity such as this for this sort of prisoners?
Well, again, unfortunately, Zeke, there are Americans who are held in other places around the world who we are still working to bring home. And that has been the case long before the president. And importantly, our hostage negotiator took the steps to bring Trevor Reed home. This has been going on for a long time, I guess, is my larger point. And our effort and our objective was to take steps that we needed to take to bring him home, knowing his health conditions and know he's been held for too long.
Topic, Russia yesterday and today effectively cutting off natural gas to Poland and Bulgaria.
Yeah.
What's the White House response to that, and are there additional steps the U.S. government is taking to reassure its European allies that, maybe not so much now, but certainly when the weather turns later this year, that they will have the energy supplies they need?
Sure. Well, unfortunately, this is the type of step, the type of almost weaponizing energy supplies that we had predicted that Russia could take in this conflict. That is why we, of course, have been in touch with Europe, including with these countries, including over the last 24 hours with leaders in Poland and Bulgaria. And we have been working for some time now, for months, with partners around the world to diversify natural gas supply to Europe, in anticipation of, and to also address near-term needs and replace volumes that would otherwise come from Russia. I would note that last month, in advance of this, the president launched a task force with the EU to target additional LNG volumes for Europe, including Poland and Bulgaria. This will help replace, over time, Russian gas to Europe, decreasing Europe's dependence on Russia and Putin's ability to use energy to coerce Europe. I would also note that Poland and Polish leaders have said they have the capacity through the reserves and other imports right now for the moment, and Bulgaria has said it is also looking at other import actions. So we are working, and we have been working to address over the long term. We have been in touch with these leaders over the last 24 hours, and I would also note what they've said about what their capacities are for the current short term.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. Has the president been in touch with, or does he plan to reach out to Paul Whelan's family, Brittany Griner's family, any of the other families who have loved ones detained in Russia?
We have, of course, been in touch with their families over the course of time. I'm not going to detail those conversations further.
But Paul Whelan's brother, David Whelan, put out a statement today. He said if this case required difficult decisions, that the president doesn't take lightly. How difficult are the decisions he faces to release Paul? What's your response to the Whelan family?
Our response is that we are going to continue to do, the president is going to continue to do, our State Department officials and negotiators are going to continue to do everything they can to bring Paul Whelan home.
If I can just ask more follow-up, the president, of course, met with Reed's family here at the White House. Can you talk about the personal impact that that meeting might have had? Did he leave that meeting with a sense of urgency, a renewed sense of urgency to get this done?
I would say the president has had a sense of urgency about bringing Americans home long before that meeting. Of course, he enjoyed that meeting he had with them. He also spoke with them on the phone when he went and traveled to Texas. And again, I know he was intending to reach out to them this morning as well. Go ahead.
On the economy, we have a GDP print that's coming out tomorrow that's expected to show fairly marginal growth. There's increasing expectations from banks, predictions of that we're entering a recession. Your budget plan had a focus on budget deficit reduction as opposed to fiscal stimulus. Is there any plan to change that as we see the threat of a recession looming?
Well, again, as I've said before on the recession question, obviously we look closely at economic data. We continue to believe that there are strong data in the economy, whether it's record job growth, whether it is the current unemployment rate, and that is a result of the actions of the president. I would note on the GDP expectations for tomorrow, as you noted, the market expectations and other analysts out there do expect the growth to be slower in quarter one, which is what the data is being reported out tomorrow, than in the fourth quarter of last year. This largely reflects the very strong pace of growth in the fourth quarter. When taken together, growth over the 2 quarters is expected to be at a solid pace if we look at it over time, which is how we look at data. And looking under the hood, the slowdown relative to quarter 4 is mainly for technical reasons like the change in inventory. So last quarter, companies built up their inventories very quickly, and growth in inventories are expected to be slower, though still positive, this quarter. This is something that has been pointed out, or this trend, or this reasoning, should say, has been pointed out by a range of outside economists and forecasters, including former NEC Director Jason Furman.
A quick follow-up just on inflation. There's been some numbers that have shown that the monthly interest payment that somebody pays when they take out a mortgage has basically doubled over the past year. You've talked about what you're doing on meat prices, but if you look at the grocery bill pretty widely, there are many categories where we're seeing double-digit inflation: flour, coffee, fruit. Is there any strategy to deal with some of these other areas where we're seeing kind of broad-based inflation?
Well, I would say the president's plan to address inflation or address causes or costs as they've gone up for the American people has many different components. Obviously, there's an important purview that the Federal Reserve has, and they've indicated their plans to recalibrate. We support that effort or steps they intend to take. And obviously, they have purview over it, and they've predicted that inflation will come down and moderate before the end of the year. But how the American people experience inflation is costs, as you noted, whether it's at the grocery store or other costs on their pocketbook. And the president has taken a number of steps to address costs, even extending the pause on student loans, which is something he did just a few weeks ago, the steps to fix the family glitch in the Affordable Care Act so more people would be eligible for lower cost health care, and continuing conversations that are happening on Capitol Hill right now on his proposals to lower costs on child care, health care, the cost of prescription drugs. These are all areas that impact and will help families as we're working to bring costs down. Go ahead.
The president told Trevor Reed's family that he had wanted to call them in the middle of the night last night, but didn't want to jinx the release of their son. Can you tell us more about what's been happening behind the closed doors for the last 12 or 24 hours regarding this release?
Sure. And, I think what the president was referring to, and I've, fortunately, because it's a part of history and a great day, obviously, when you bring an American home, and the president has, of course, been a part of many of these, and a much higher and more important role is just there's a lot of sensitivity, as you all know, around the period of time when individuals are in transit, right, when they are being brought to a third country. As we've noted, we're very grateful to Turkey for allowing the exchange to take take place in their country. So basically over the last 24 hours, one, as I noted, this had been happening over several months. So Roger Carstens, the special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, and his team and many others had been negotiating and engaging in this, and the exchange took place in Turkey during the early hours of the morning East Coast time. So I think what the president was referring to was his understanding and knowledge that that would be happening, but not wanting to put anyone in a position of putting that at risk, even people who are excited and joyful and looking forward to the news. Then once they got to Turkey and they were safely on a plane on their way back, we were able to obviously make notifications and phone calls and also put out the statement from the president to make all of you aware.
Were any other conditions agreed to for Trevor Reed's release besides the release of this Russian?
This was a discussion about one issue and one topic, and that was the release of Trevor Reed.
But were there any other conditions agreed to besides releasing the Russian in exchange for Trevor Reed?
There's no other condition. There were no other conditions that I'm aware of.
What does the White House read into Russia's willingness to release Trevor Reed now in the middle of this invasion of Ukraine?
Look, I think the release of Trevor Reed, him returning home to his family, receiving the health care that he has long needed, does not change our approach or view, opposition, or the president's intention to put forward a package in the coming days to help continue to support the Ukrainians. In terms of what they mean or how they assess it, I would leave it to them to speak to that.
Does it make anyone here at the White House more optimistic about what could be ahead, or does it have nothing to do with
this? Was about one issue and topic, and I don't think we should read into it further.
Go toward the back.
Yeah, we can come to the back in a moment. Go ahead, Weija.
Thanks, Jen. To follow up on Mary Alice's question, during an interview this morning, Trevor Reed's parents said they believed that personal meeting with the president was the, quote, tipping point, that it made all the difference. Is that true?
Well, look, I would say any time that you meet with, a president meets with, or any official from the government meets with the parents or family members of someone who's being detained, that impacts them personally. But this has been negotiated in negotiations for months.
I spoke with David Whelan today, and he is concerned that Reed's release now narrows the chances for his brother's release, because Russia obviously wanted Yaroshenko's release for years now, and now that it's happened, he worries that that was a major concession that the U.S. no longer has. So what do you say to the Whelan family?
We would say we will continue to advocate for the immediate and unconditional release of Paul Whelan at every opportunity, and using wrongful detention as a bargaining chip represents a threat to the safety of everyone traveling, working, and living abroad. We obviously oppose this practice anywhere, and we are going to continue to do everything we can to bring him home.
They are thrilled, obviously, about Trevor Reed's release, but they can't help but have some questions about why Paul Whelan, who's been detained in Russia longer than Trevor Reed, is not home. Can you explain that? And did Reed's health, as you mentioned, have anything to do with it?
Obviously, our objective continues to be to bring Paul Whelan home, and any American who is not with their family and is being detained overseas. But I'm just not going to get into more details because I want to maintain the protection of our process.
And then on a separate topic, yesterday Dr. Jha said that people who are at high risk for developing a severe case of COVID are eligible for Paxlovid. And the Vice President just got her second booster shot. She has no symptoms. Can you help us understand why she's taking it?
Well, he also said, which you didn't include in your summary there, but that you should consult with your doctor. And she consulted with her doctor. She has been given Paxlovid. That's something many Americans may be eligible for. They should also consult with their doctor. And I think overall, we're just grateful that this is an approved drug on the market that many people can benefit from, including the Vice President.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead in the back, in the way back, way back.
11 years ago in Japan, a terrible disaster, and the U.S. launched a program most people have forgotten called Operation Tomodachi. 25,000 American military and 10,000 volunteers came from Japan to help. And one of those that came was President Biden, wondering if on this upcoming trip he'll be coming back to that area for a short visit. And while we're waiting for advisement, is it possible to do an interview with you?
Oh, okay. You often come with an interview request. I should know ahead of time. I will just note I expect we will have more details on the president's travel to Asia, something he is clearly looking forward to since he's spoken about it publicly, soon in the coming days. But in advance of that, I'm just not going to have much more to preview for all of you. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
Go ahead.
Yesterday, after the Vice President announced that she tested positive, the usual people on the internet and elsewhere who don't like vaccines, who don't think of it as much as immediately started with the, well, she would have been fine even if she hadn't gotten the vaccine. It seems like every time there's a high-profile announcement that someone has gotten COVID, be it a member of Congress, A.G. Garland, the people at the Gridiron dinner, people take it as proof that vaccines don't work. So what about the White House's messaging could be better on that, given that 234,000 Americans died?
Yeah. Well, first I would say the truth, which is I think why you're asking me this question, is quite the contrary. I mean, the Vice President is continuing to carry out her duties as the Vice President of the United States from home, engaging in meetings, policy discussions. I'm sure you'll see her in some capacity publicly from home as well, because she is double boosted and she has taken the steps to protect herself like we have continued to recommend other Americans do. So I would note that well, the vaccine, the reason to take the vaccine is, of course, because it can protect you from severe death, from severe illness, severe death, that was a little intense how I said that, from death or severe illness, and by multitudes of numbers. You know, we are going to continue, and if you're eligible for a booster, as she was, as the president was, we recommend you get that for a second booster, because it can put you in a position where even if you get COVID, you're able to still not experience minimal symptoms or no symptoms like the Vice President has been, and to continue to go about daily life the best you can while you're quarantining. Go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Fauci said on the PBS NewsHour last night, quote, "This country is out of the pandemic phase of COVID." What phase are we in right now? And also, if we are out of the pandemic phase, why are emergency measures still in place?
Well, what Dr. Fauci was saying is that we are in a different phase of this pandemic, and that's absolutely true. Last month, the president announced a plan for how we can move forward safely while staying on our front foot against COVID. As he pointed out, nationwide cases are relatively low, far below the 900,000 cases a day we saw during the Omicron surge. Even as we've seen upticks, hospitalizations are at about the lowest level since the pandemic, and deaths are declining. So there's no question that we're in a moment, a different moment in our fight against COVID. But we also know COVID isn't over, and the pandemic isn't over. And what Dr. Jha said yesterday also is that, different doctor, I realize, but I just want to reference him since he was just here, is that cases are low, driven by the extremely, cases are low, cases are still, you know, we've seen an uptick in some places, driven by the extremely transmissible. transmissible BA.2 variant. We know the risk of potential surges, even as a potential new variant or subvariant remains. So different phase, because we're at a much lower level of hospitalizations, of deaths, and even nationwide of cases, but we are still seeing people get very sick from COVID and cases of COVID, and we have measures that we should all continue to take to protect ourselves.
Just a couple of very quick, short other questions. Dalip Singh is reportedly taking a leave of absence. Can you confirm that, when he'll be gone, and what that means for the sanctions work that he's doing that is very important right now?
It is very important. He is a very important member of the national security team. I don't have any details or any confirmation of his plans. What I would note, and if Dalip were here, and we'll invite him, he would note, is that he is an incredible team he works with, who helps put together these sanctions packages, helps in implementation, helps coordinate diplomatically, and we will. There are a number of people who will continue to do that work.
And when are you sending the funding request for Ukraine funding up to the Hill?
Well, the president said last week it will be this week, so there's only 2 days left of this week, as soon as tomorrow, but in the next 2 days. Go ahead.
Indonesia decided to invite President Zelensky to the G20. I'm wondering if you have a reaction to that, but also what it says about progress that the U.S. might be making behind the scenes, hoping to expel Russia from that forum, and if the decision to invite President Zelensky has informed, and the president can confirm that he's going to now attend the summit.
Well, we've seen the reports that President Zelensky has been invited to the G20, and we certainly welcome that. As you know, President Biden said just last month that Ukraine should be able to participate, but we don't have further confirmation beyond the news reports, which we certainly think are positive. And as he also said last month, which is of course why you're asking me, he doesn't think Russia should be invited, but ultimately it's a decision for the G20. So we don't have any new announcements at this point. We will continue to engage, and we've reached out, of course, to Indonesia, as you noted, who's hosting the summit, but we don't have any other additional details. It's 6 months away. Typically, the president does attend, but I don't have anything to confirm about a trip 6 months away at this point.
Just a quick one on Ukraine. There's been questions about why the U.S. hasn't suspended steel tariffs on Ukrainian steel coming in. Do you have any information about why we've maintained those tariffs?
Sure. Obviously, there are a range of considerations to provide not only direct assistance, but economic relief to the Ukrainians under consideration. I don't have anything to preview at this point in time. I'll go to Kristen and Jackie, and then I'll go to the back. Go ahead.
Jen, thank you so much. Following up on Tam, we actually just reported that the White House is tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow, going to request the supplemental, and that it will be through the end of the fiscal year, and that it's going to be massive. Can you help characterize how much money will the administration be asking for? Will we hear from the president on this?
So let me try to answer all those questions, and then tell me if I don't. I can confirm it, well, as soon as tomorrow, only 2 days left in this week, but it will definitely be this week that we will send up the supplemental. In terms of the president's schedule, his role, I have nothing to preview at this point in time. As soon as anything is finalized, if he's going to speak publicly, we will announce that to all of you or let you all know. In terms of the length or the size, I don't have a number for you at this point in time, but there is plans for this to be a proposal to go through the fiscal year, and it will include, as our past packages have included, security or military assistance, humanitarian economic assistance, given those, in our view, will help address a range of the needs the Ukrainians have.
Thank you. You did answer all of my questions. Obviously, there's a renewed push on Capitol Hill and behind the scenes here at the White House for some revised version of the Build Back Better plan, a scaled back version. When was the last time President Biden spoke with Senator Manchin in earnest about what he could sign off on?
So we're just not going to detail that per the president's request. From here, any conversations he has with Senator Manchin or other senators, just to protect those conversations.
Fair enough. Can you characterize, though, are the negotiations happening in earnest? Are there real talks going on about specific things that Senator Manchin, that the White House could agree to?
I would tell you, and I'm sure your colleagues on the Hill, now that all these senators are back, can confirm this with a number of them right now or today, that there are still a great deal of interest expressed passion in moving forward with the president's plan to lower cost for Americans, and a lot of senators who would like to see this move forward.
Secretary Mayorkas is getting a real grilling on Capitol Hill today, particularly about Title 42 and the plans that are in place to deal with it. DHS has acknowledged that a surge would put a substantial strain on resources. Now, obviously, DHS announced this 6.20-page plan, but given that strain that DHS is anticipating, why should the American people have confidence that you'll be able to deal with that surge of migrants if Title 42 is lifted?
Well, first I would say, just as a reminder, it is a health authority, not an immigration plan or an immigration authority, and it's not meant to be a replacement of. So the determination about where we stand and to lift it was made by the CDC. Just to note, the 6-point plan that Secretary Mayorkas put out and talked about today or over the last 24 hours includes 6 pillars: surging resources, including personnel, transportation, medical support, enhancing CBP processing efficiency and moving deliberate speed to mitigate potential overcrowding, administering consequences for unlawful entry, bolstering the capacity of non-governmental organizations to receive non-citizens, targeting and disrupting the transnational criminal organization and smugglers, and deterring irregular migration. So what he talked about today is exactly what his preparedness plan that's been in the works and in the planning for months would do, and they have talked about the need potentially for more resources to make that happen.
And just to be very clear, and some Democrats have said this, will the plan be in place before Title 42 is lifted?
That is exactly what the preparedness and implementation plan is intended to do. Go, Jack.
Thanks, Jen. Dr. Fauci said that he's not going to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, citing COVID concerns. Obviously, he's the president's chief medical advisor. As far as we know, the president is still planning to attend. How should people understand Dr. Fauci's decision versus the president's decision? And is there any concern that the president would be seen as not following the science in some way?
Well, first, I would note and respect everyone's privacy, including Dr. Fauci's, as much as he's very much a public figure. But as you all know, he can speak for himself and his decisions. And every individual will make their own decisions about whether they attend this event, other events, whether they wear a mask at it or not. Obviously, the White House Correspondents Association is requiring same-day testing. That's a decision they have made. The president outlined, as you all know, a 100-page plan in March intended to position us to go back to our more normal routines. But in that requires making risk assessments and decisions about what you're going to do and what you're going to attend and be a part of, as we all do every day. Today, the president felt it was very important to be at and speak at the memorial service for a diplomatic icon, Secretary Madeleine Albright. He made the decision to do that despite the fact that there were hundreds, if not thousands, of people there. He has made the decision he wants to attend in a safe way the White House Correspondents' Dinner to showcase his support for the free press, for the work of all of you, for the work of your colleagues around the world, to not only share accurate information about COVID, but also report on the war in Ukraine, and all of the work that happens every single day. That does stand in stark contrast to his predecessor, who not only questioned the legitimacy of the press on a nearly daily basis, but also never attended the dinner, I don't believe. So he felt that was important and made a risk assessment to do that in consultation with his doctors and healthcare team. I would note that we also take additional precautions and steps. I would expect that he may wear a mask when he's not speaking. I'll wear a mask when I'm at the dinner in all likelihood. And we also took steps, including the fact that he's not attending for the eating portion of the dinner, and he'll be there for the program, which includes a number of speakers, the presentation of scholarships, as you know, and of course, his speaking and his roasting, where he will be on the menu, as he likes to say, when Trevor Noah is speaking. So, just like anything, it's a risk assessment and a decision he made on a personal basis.
Thank you. And I want to ask a few questions on Title 42, but real quick, I want to take another stab at a question I tried yesterday. You answered the first part of it. We've heard the president say over and over again that he has never spoken to his son about his business dealings. Has he ever spoken to his son's business partners about his son's business dealings?
Again, nothing has changed about what I said yesterday. The president does not get involved in the business dealings of his son.
Even through his son's business partners?
Nothing has changed since what I said yesterday.
Okay. I don't believe you answered that part of my question yesterday.
He's not involved in his son's business dealings.
On Title 42, Mayorkas detailed this 6-point plan. Part of it involves sending healthcare providers from the VA. He was asked about this on the Hill today. He said that it's necessary, that this interagency effort is necessary, but is it appropriate to be taking resources away from the VA to help with a surge at the border?
Again, these decisions and discussions about what resources are possible are made through the interagency process, and clearly having support and resources for our nation's veterans is a top priority to the president. But we also want to take steps we can at the border, even as we anticipate an increase in migrants coming to the border, to keep the American people safe, and this is part of that effort.
Another piece of this plan talked about the law enforcement help. CBP has 23,000 agents working on the southern border right now. We're already seeing 7,000 illegal crossings a day. That is expected to surged to 18,000 when Title 42 is lifted. So how does adding 600 law enforcement officers make a dent in that?
Well, I would say, Jackie, that one of the reasons that Secretary Mayorkas is participating in the important, democratic process of testifying on the Hill is to answer the questions of exactly how the resources he's requesting and they have identified as needing to address this potential increase will help address that. So I would point you to his many hours of testimony today and tomorrow.
And then there's been reporting that Speaker Pelosi is unhappy with the way that the White House has handled Title 42 and worried that if it comes up for a vote as part of a Ukraine package, that Democrats wouldn't have the votes to defeat that. Does the White House share that concern, and what do you make of Pelosi seeming to be kind of shaky on just how close she is with the White House on this decision?
Well, I would say we're incredibly close with Speaker Pelosi, and the president has known her for many, many decades. I don't have more to spell out or explain what her meaning was or what defeat it means or doesn't mean. There are many strong feelings and points of view on Capitol Hill in the House and in the Senate about Title 42. It wasn't a decision made by the White House. It's a decision made to lift it by the CDC. The authority was given to them by Congress. And our effort and our focus is on implementation, and the Department of the Secretary of Homeland Security is obviously testifying on that. So I don't have any more to explain about the particular comments, but we obviously work very closely with Speaker Pelosi on a range of issues, including immigration.
A number of Democrats are, speaking up up about their problems with Title 42. I mean, Mark Kelly was briefed by Mayorkas yesterday. He said that he still has remaining questions about how and when resources are going to hit the ground. These are Democrats saying these things. They're not wanting, Title 42 to replace an immigration effort, but they're saying that there just is not a plan in place to support what's going to happen when Title 42 goes away.
Well, what I was trying to note earlier, perhaps not articulately, is that there are a range of members who have strong concerns about it being lifted. Again, not a decision we make, a decision made by health and science experts. And there are many members who feel very strongly about it actually being lifted and that moving forward. This is why Secretary Mayorkas is on the Hill doing, I believe, 4 hearings, answering extensive questions from a range of members, Democratic and Republican. He put out a 6-pillar plan on exactly how he's going to implement it, and that has been a plan that's been in the work for 6 months. So this is part of the democratic process happening, and he's happy to be on the Hill answering their questions. Go ahead, Peter.
Hey, Jen, the bipartisan leadership of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senators Durbin and Grassley, have expressed concern about the DHS Inspector General delaying or diminishing reports on sexual misconduct. This is a Trump-era holdover. Is the president going to point a fire or some way intervene with Mr. Ghaffari, who is the Inspector General, and is there any broader sense about what to do about Trump-era Inspector General?
I know that there can be changes made. I have not dug into this particular Inspector General with the president or the team here. I'm happy to do that, and I can follow up with you after the briefing. Good. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jim. On the issue of student debt, I know you've been asked about this before, but Senator Schumer just told reporters on the Hill that the president is getting closer to canceling up to $50,000 in student loan debt for borrowers. He said the president is moving in our direction. We're getting closer. Is that true? When can we expect a decision?
Look, the president has been considering and looking at options for how to provide more relief to students across the country. I would note again that not a single borrower of federal student loans has paid a penny on these loans since he took office. And this has been the longest time of that for any president probably in history. You can fact check me on that. And he's continuing to consider a range of options in terms of any additional steps.
Jen,
let me go to the back. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Two questions. Follow up on the student loan forgiveness. You said that the president is looking at a range of options with regards to canceling some student debt, but is the president looking at any options for those students and parents who saved and sacrificed so that they wouldn't have to take out such massive loans? Is he looking at including them in relief retroactively? How would they be made whole if there was some sort of canceling of debt?
You mean for people who have paid off all of their student loans?
Who made sacrifices so that they wouldn't have to take out some of those loans?
It's a good question. What I can tell you at this point is that there's legislation he'd be happy to sign for individuals who have $10,000 in existing student debt. If Congress wanted to send that to him, he'd be happy to sign it, and he's looking at executive actions and authorities. But I don't have anything to preview on that front.
Okay, then, if the president does move on canceling some of the student debt, isn't that just one half of the equation, though? I mean, what is he looking at in order to keep some of these public universities from jacking up tuition prices, despite some of the federal subsidies that they've been getting? I mean, what is to stop some of these schools from just increasing tuition for the next generation of students? Isn't that half of the equation here?
I don't know if people would consider it half of the equation. I don't know. We'll let Americans define it. I would point you to the Department of Education to talk about their efforts on that front.
One last quick follow-up. Is the president's weekly lunch with the vice president still a priority for him?
Absolutely. Obviously, they're not going to be dining in person while she is quarantining at home, but they did speak yesterday, and I expect they will speak regularly while she is quarantining, and she is participating in a number of policy meetings here, too. Follow up. Go ahead. And then I can come to you, Nikki. Okay. Oh, go ahead, George. So polite. Go ahead.
Do you have any reaction to Boeing claiming that it's lost $1.1 billion on the Air Force One contract? And more important, has the president ordered Boeing to stick with the traditional blue and white design instead of the garish red?
This is bringing me back to like my first week in this job. Yes, I appreciate it. I actually don't have any information on the plans for the new Air Force One. I can certainly check and see what we know, and I can get back to you on that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Do you know why the vice president's doctor recommended she take Paxlovid?
Oh, well, I think as Dr. Jha said yesterday, there are a range of Americans who may not know they're eligible and they should consult with their doctor. That's exactly what she did. And one of the, not challenges, but one of our efforts right now is to provide more information publicly and have more people consult with their doctors about whether they're eligible.
Do you know if she's like showing symptoms, or would her getting like severe COVID present like a national security risk?
They obviously said yesterday that she did not have any symptoms. I don't have any update beyond that. She's continuing to work from home, conducting her duties as vice president, so I don't believe we're talking about a national security issue in this moment. She can also do secure calls and video conferences from her home because we have that capacity.
If she got severe COVID disease, would that not be a national security risk?
I'm not going to speak to a hypothetical of the vice president getting sicker at this point in time, which I think is probably understandable. Go ahead.
Can the White House give us any update on Trevor Reed's condition after his release, or any treatments that he might have received following his release?
Well, obviously we're going to respect his privacy, and we spoke to his health conditions because we wanted to emphasize how important it was and the urgency of bringing him home, but we will of course leave that to him and his family to speak to and respect his health privacy beyond now.
And then on the vice president, did her role as vice president have any impact on her receiving this treatment? Did her serving as somebody who is in the line of succession, did that have any impact on her getting Paxlovid?
Well, I think it's important to note Paxlovid is widely available across the country through people consulting with their doctors. So it is not just a treatment that is available to only a small population of the public. In fact, what our effort is and what our focus is at this point is more broadly educating people on how they may be eligible for it. Certainly, we are grateful that this treatment is out there and available so that the vice president, somebody who's incredibly important in the line of succession, can take it, but she did it through consultations with her doctor. Go in the middle.
Thanks, Jen. So Democrats on the Hill today said they will act soon on efforts to lower prices of gas, and that a federal gas tax holiday is still on the table for them. If they if they include a federal gas tax holiday in a bill, would the president support that?
The president has long said that he's open to a range of options, including a federal gas tax holiday, and we're continuing to consult with members of Congress about a range of options on lowering the price of gas. Go ahead.
Yeah, so on Poland and Bulgaria, energy experts see that as sort of a warning from Russia to Germany, other countries in Europe to pay in rubles. We're also hearing that some companies in Europe are paying rubles for energy. Is there a message from the White House to those companies or countries that might cave and pay in rubles for energy?
I don't think we have a new message to offer today. What I would note is that we have long predicted, this is the Russian playbook, part of the Russian playbook is weaponizing energy. So could they do it other places? That certainly is possible. That's one of the reasons why this task force was launched that we're working with the Europeans on to ensure that we are diversifying access for LNG and also for oil as well for the Europeans.
And about a month ago, you announced that the U.S. was going to release 1 million barrels a day for 6 months. Crude oil prices are still over $100 a barrel today. Gas prices are up. Is it having the intended effect?
Well, we've said this is one tool that we can utilize, and I know that gas prices also did come down from the beginning as a result of these actions. But we're continuing to explore additional options. As we know, the oil markets are a global market, and increasing supply and continuing to work with other countries to increase supply is part of our overall objective here.
We're down only 3 cents, and we're about 20 cents away from the record. So.
Well, again, we're going to continue to take steps to reduce the price of gas for the American people. Every range of options remains on the table, as is evidenced by the earlier question, and we know that increasing supply and ensuring supply meets the demand on the marketplace is part of that effort. We also watch closely for any attempt at price gouging. When oil prices come down, obviously gas prices should come down, and as you know, because we've had a range of charts in here, we watch that closely as well, and that's something we will continue to call out. I can do like one or two. Oh, I think, okay, one last one. Go ahead.
Jen, can I just ask quickly, when the supplemental request comes out, either, I guess, tomorrow or Friday, will there be anything changing any of the COVID-related requests that are previous? Are the only new materials going to be related to the Ukraine request, or will there be a new spate of requests on COVID assistance as well.
So we will request a COVID funding, and we will reiterate our request for $22.5 billion for COVID funding, something we feel will help meet the immediate emergency needs we have. And that was a discussion, obviously, that we didn't get through, but we will continue with Congress in the coming days and weeks. Thanks so much, everyone.
I would tell you today, without giving whole numbers, more than half of those howitzers are in Ukraine.
Are in Ukraine.
Are in Ukraine.
And the training part of it, is that?
Well, we're on our second tranche of training here, Bob. We finished up early this week the first tranche of more than 50 trainers that are going to go in and train their teammates. We're working on a second tranche here of training. I'm not sure if that second tranche has actually begun yet. I'll have to check and get back to you on that. But there was another tranche of more than 50 that we're going to go through training in the same location outside Ukraine. And then we are also, part of the discussion yesterday was to explore additional training opportunities on that system as well as other systems. And so we're just not in a position where we can announce anything, but the training's ongoing.
The first 50 are done, you say? And gone
Yeah, they
back
finished
in?
up earlier this week. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Travis.
Thanks, John. I wanted to ask you about recruiting, and I know that that's an issue usually handled by the services, but our colleague over on the Hill, Leo Shane, is reporting that at a SASC hearing today, the chair said that he's worried that we're in the early days of a long-term threat to the all-volunteer force. He said every single metric tracking the military recruiting environment is going in the wrong direction. And so I'm just wondering if this is something that's risen to the Secretary's level. Is he concerned, and does this need some kind of global approach within the department?
It absolutely has risen to the Secretary's attention. In fact, I think it was last week he had a chance to meet with the service secretaries. Obviously, they meet on multiple topics. One of the topics was recruiting, because he wanted an update from them on where they are. And while none of the services, reported sort of in extremis conditions, clearly the service secretaries and the services aren't taking anything for granted. in the recruiting environment. And it can be a tough environment, particularly when COVID has prevented recruiters from being able to do that face-to-face contact that you want to have, and that's beginning to loosen up now as we start to come out of the pandemic. But it had a huge effect on their ability just to connect with people, and the economy, which continues to improve, and so you've seen the unemployment numbers yourself. So there's plenty of jobs out there, and then there's always the issue, which has been almost a perennial issue now for much of the last 20 years, is just the number of young Americans who can meet the basic standards to come in. That continues to be a challenge. So. Look, recruiting numbers are often lagging indicators. When you start to really get down to bare metal, then you're well past the problem set, and the numbers are probably going to get worse. I would let the services speak for where they are. The Secretary doesn't want to get us down to bare metal, and he wants to make sure that we're staying ahead of recruiting challenges because they're real, and so we're working on that. And the Secretary is 100% committed to making sure that we continue to recruit the best possible force that we can for the American people, for the defense of the country. Whether or not he thinks there's some sort of overarching policy umbrella. I mean, he believes that as Secretary of Defense, he has enough authorities to direct the services with respect to every aspect of how they spend budget, to include recruiting and retention. So he's very comfortable with his own authorities here, and he also recognizes that the services have unique recruiting demands, not just in terms of numbers, but in terms of skill sets, and he doesn't want to overly dictate to them how they manage their workforce. But it is absolutely on his mind. He has had a good session with the service secretaries, and I fully expect that there'll be more going forward.
We've seen the services rolling out bonuses and efforts to bring people in. Was there a sense at that meeting that there needs to be a kind of like a rethink about how the military is doing this, that whatever it's been doing isn't quite working, and that we need to figure out a better way?
I think each service is working that through in real time. And again, the Secretary didn't, expect from them fingertip feel solutions right in the moment. He wanted to express that he too is concerned, making sure that recruiting is healthy going forward. He wanted to get their assessments, and they each, and I'll let them and the services speak for themselves, but they each offered him a view of where they are in recruiting, and I think all participants agreed that this is an issue worth constantly staying on top of and discussing going forward. But there's no, there was no individual solutions put forth in that discussion. Courtney.
Do you have any information about Trevor Reed and whether he'll come back to the D.C. area and get any kind of medical care in the military?
I'm afraid at this time I do not have information on Mr. Reed. I mean, obviously we all at the department are glad to see him back and to be reunited with his family where he belongs. But this is really a State Department issue to speak to, not a DOD issue.
The only reason I ask is it's pretty common that if somebody's held hostage, I know he wasn't necessarily hostage, but that they are brought into military medical care afterwards. So do you have any indications at all that he's either eligible for that or if that's even under consideration?
I would let the State Department and Mr. Reed's family speak to that. I mean, clearly, Court, as you know, if there was a role we could play from a military medical perspective, we absolutely would do that. That's not unusual at all. But at this time, I just don't have much more detail on whatever medical care he's going to need and where that would be. But if there's an appropriate role for the United States military to play in helping assess and restore his health, we absolutely would do that. Phil.
You've said for a long time that there are not U.S. troops in Ukraine. With the return of diplomats, and there was a team there yesterday in Lviv, is that still the case? Is that something you can still say, or is it going to become, are there going to be certain numbers of troops there to ensure diplomatic security?
I think we're going to be having constant conversations here with our State Department colleagues about what their diplomatic activities are going to entail and to what degree they might need support from the United States military in a force protection mode, keeping in mind, Phil, that they may not. So we're just going to take this in steps, and we'll see where it goes. But as you and I speak here, I mean, nothing's changed about our support to U.S. diplomats.
And secondly, is there any a sense after the conference in Ramstein yesterday that that the Ukrainians have enough munitions right now and artillery and everything they need to repel the Russians in the southeast, or is that still to be determined?
It's an active kinetic fight there in the Donbass every single day, including this day. And as you, I think, heard when you were in Ramstein, I mean, there are real needs that the Ukrainians have to stay active in that fight. And you heard the Secretary say very clearly that we're going to be trying to meet those needs as best we can, not just from the United States, but other countries as well. That includes munitions. So what I can tell you, Phil, is that munitions continue to flow into Ukraine, that the United States is helping coordinate. That continues to flow in there, including while we were overseas just over the last couple of days, and efforts to get those munitions into Ukrainian hands will also continue going forward, as they are in a very active fight. You're asking, do they have enough? I mean, I think that question is something that changes every hour, depending on their rate of consumption and what is actually going on the battlefield. So it'd be a difficult question for me to answer, here thousands of miles away at the Pentagon. All I can tell you is that we know they're expending rounds every single day of all different types and calibers. And we're doing everything we can. The flow continues to make sure that they can stay in the fight.
Today, right now even, a former Master Sergeant is meeting with the Secretary of the Army. He is waiting for compensation for a misdiagnosis while he was in the Army. Does the Pentagon have a response to his case and the hundreds of others who are waiting for their repayments here? And why is this taking so long to happen?
Well, look, I won't talk about the specific case that you're speaking of. I mean, that's really for the Army to speak to. I'm aware that there is going to be a meeting this afternoon, if it hasn't already happened. And again, I'll let the Army and the family speak to that. As you know, the Military Claims Act is governed by law. We follow the law. And we do the best we can in every case to make sure that all claims are treated fairly and appropriately and judiciously. The Secretary takes that responsibility very, very seriously. I can't speak to the specifics of this individual claim. That wouldn't be appropriate here from our podium, but I know that that Army leadership is certainly mindful of this case. And as you rightly said, I mean, there's even a meeting today in the Army Department. So, look, bottom line, we take our responsibilities under the Claims Act seriously. Nothing's more important to the Secretary than the health and well-being of our people and their families, and that's a sacred obligation. But we have to follow the law. And we absolutely do in every case.
Is there any way to expedite it? Because for some of these people, they're running out of time.
Again, it's governed by law and very strict, as you would expect there would be, procedure that have to be followed so that claims can be treated impartially and fairly. So while we want to certainly work claims as fast as we can, we don't want to go so fast that we miss something. And so there has to be a process here, and we have to follow that process. Again, it's in the law too. I mean, we obviously can't break or bend the law. So all I can tell you, without getting into the specifics of this case, is we do take that seriously. We follow the law, and we treat every claim seriously and as judiciously as we can.
And if I may ask one on switching gears to the nuclear threat, do you see a danger in not taking Putin's threats of nuclear war seriously?
Do I see a danger in not taking the threats seriously? The question presupposes that we aren't taking the threats seriously, and I think I might challenge that supposition there. You heard the Secretary got asked this question yesterday, and said very clearly that the rhetoric that we keep hearing from Russian leaders, and just recently was Minister Lavrov, raising the specter of nuclear confrontation, is irresponsible. It's certainly not what you would expect from a modern nuclear power, nor should anybody expect from a modern nuclear power. Nobody wants to see this war escalate any more than it already has. Certainly nobody wants to see, or nobody should want to see, it escalate into the nuclear realm. And there's no reason that it should. Mr. Putin can do the right thing right now by ending the war, moving his forces out of Ukraine, sitting down in good faith with President Zelensky and coming up with a negotiated settlement. Now, clearly, he doesn't appear interested in doing that because they're still fighting in the Donbass and in the south. Short of that, raising the specter of nuclear confrontation does nothing for the peace and security of the region, much less the people of Ukraine. And I think we can all understand that that escalating this conflict and making it between the United States and Russia is not only not good for our national security or Russian national security, it sure as heck ain't good for the people of Ukraine. And so again, I go back to what the Secretary said yesterday. It's irresponsible rhetoric. It's rhetoric beneath what should be the level of conversation by a modern nuclear power. We monitor the threat every single day, including today, and the Secretary remains comfortable that we have the appropriate strategic nuclear deterrent posture in place. Yeah.
John, two questions. One to follow up on Phil's. How tight are the supplies of non-standard ammunition, the kind of things that the Ukraine military uses? And if it's really tight, or if there's a shortage, are there moves to step up manufacturing? This kind of stuff wasn't explained from your conference yesterday.
Yeah, you were not going to talk about specific inventory levels for the Ukrainians. First of all, I'm not going to talk for Ukrainian inventories on anything. That's really a question better put to them. And clearly, I think you can understand why we wouldn't necessarily find that level of information and detail in the public realm helpful to Ukraine right now, as they're in an active fight. There was a discussion yesterday at the end of the day. The last session was all about the defense industrial base, not just from the United States, but from other countries that were represented there, and to begin to get a grasp from an international view of what Ukraine's longer-term defense needs might be in a post-war environment specifically. That it was meant to be a broaching session on that. So, you heard the Secretary read out the meeting. I can't do better than he did yesterday. So I can't give you an active deliverable that came out of the defense industrial base discussion. But I think it's noteworthy that it was even had. Here, even while Ukraine is still involved in an active war, there was a discussion by 40 nations about their defense industrial bases and how those industrial bases could help address longer-term Ukrainian strategic defense needs going forward. But no actual decisions made yesterday that we can speak to.
Do we know anything about whether the producers, the Western European or countries who can produce non-standard ammunition are stepping up production?
I think each country's looking at that on their own, and I can't speak to all of them.
Okay, one second thing different. Apparently, according to Russian videos and stuff like that, there were possibly two Bayraktars drones downed over Russia in the past day or two. I don't know if you can confirm that. And on top of that, there's a report that President Zelensky is asking the U.S. for attack drones, including MQ-1s and MQ-9s. Is there a possibility that the U.S. could supply those?
Cannot confirm the reports of downed drones in Russia. I don't have anything for you on that. And all I would tell you is we have been very transparent about what we are providing Ukraine. Very transparent. And we will continue to be transparent with you as decisions are made to provide capabilities to Ukraine going forward. And there will be forward contributions, and we will talk about them. I am not going to talk about from the podium deliberations that are ongoing with the Ukrainians about this or that capability. We talk to them every single day, including the last 2 days, and at the very senior levels as well. And when there are decisions to announce and to speak to about capabilities that we're going to provide Ukraine, we'll certainly do that. Yeah.
And follow up on nuclear. What is the level of concern in this department that Russia might use low-yield or conventional nuclear weapons in eastern Ukraine?
Low-yield or conventional nuclear weapons. I'm not sure I've ever heard it described as conventional, but I'm not going to, again, speculate here about what Russia may or may not do with that or any other system. The rhetoric surrounding nuclear activity, particularly given that this war is now 2 months old, and there has already been a bloodshed and violence visited upon the Ukrainian people, is irresponsible. It's irresponsible for a nuclear power to even broach that topic in part of this discussion. Again, I'll go back to what I said before. We're monitoring every single day as best we can, and we continue to see nothing that gives us cause to change our strategic nuclear deterrent posture. And we're confident that in our ability to defend the homeland from that perspective, as well as our allies and partners.
Secretary Austin, back in Europe, said that they would like to see Russia weakened in a way that it will not be able to launch another this type of invasion against any other country. Do you think that the arms that the United States is currently providing Ukraine will be sufficient to weaken the Russians not to launch another invasion in Europe?
The weapons and systems that the international community is providing Ukraine are designed to help Ukraine defend itself against a Russian invasion. And if you're asking me, have they been effective, I would just offer you to look, we're at 2 months into this war, and Mr. Putin didn't take Kyiv, he didn't take Chernihiv, he hasn't taken Odessa, instead of moving on 3 wide geographically separated lines of axes, now he's concentrating all his fire and forces in the east and in the south. So he has achieved none of his strategic objectives. So I think that's proof right there that the kinds of systems that are being provided to Ukraine have had an effect and an ability on their self-defense needs. What the Secretary said yesterday, and I think he was very clear, and we've been clear from the very outset of this conflict, that we don't want to see Russia in a position to be able to do this again. That's what the Secretary was referring to, there's nothing new there. We want to see Ukraine be able to defend itself. We want to see Ukraine win. You heard the Secretary talk about that. They believe they can win. And so did every other nation that was in Ramstein, believes that they can win. And we don't want to see Russia in a position going forward where they haven't suffered consequences for this unprovoked invasion. And I think that's what the Secretary was talking about. Yeah, in the back there.
Hey, John.
Oh, hey, Joe.
So on Monday, there was a $700 million tranche, and more than half of it was financing for allies in Eastern and Central Europe to backfill the equipment that they've been sending to Ukraine. I just want to ask you what, why does the Pentagon think that this kind of backfill model is promising? What's the benefit?
Look, I think there's a lot of nations that are providing capability to Ukraine, and that provision is not risk-free in every case. Nations are doing what they can. They're having to make some tough decisions. Some are just in a better position than others to give more, and so I think it's a responsible thing for us to do, to have conversation with these allies and partners about what their needs are going to be going forward as well.
Are there industrial-based concerns as well? After all, this is maybe Soviet gear getting backfilled with American supplied.
Not in every case. Not in every case. Right now the focus, Joe, is on making sure they can defend themselves in the fight they're in, and in the fight they're in, they are still using what we call non-standard equipment and munitions, because that's that's what they're trained on. That's what they've been procuring. That's what they're used to operating with. Now, where this goes long term, in terms of what standard they're on, I don't think Ukraine's made a decision about that, and you can't really expect them to have made a decision right now while they're fighting for their lives. But the whole purpose of having a session yesterday on defense industrial base health and vitality is because we know whatever happens here, however this war ends, the security landscape in Europe has changed. Not is changing, not will change. It's changed now based on what Mr. Putin has done. And so the Secretary thought it would be a useful exercise, because we're looking at our own industrial base, to ask other nations that were there yesterday their assessment of their defense industrial base and the degree to which there might need to be changes in terms of production of certain systems or not, or accelerations or not just based on how to help Ukraine long term, but also to make sure that they can look after their own national security. And so those discussions are ongoing, and I'm not going to get ahead of where we are. But in terms of, and this is a really important point, in terms of what Ukraine's military looks like in a post-war environment, that's up to Ukraine to decide. They get to decide what systems they want to buy and use, and we're just not there yet. We'll see what kinds of decisions they want to make, when they're not actively trying to fend off an invasion. We also have to be, we have a defense industrial base too that we have to look after. And so, we've had meetings now with CEOs about some of the very specific systems that we've been providing Ukraine, Javelin, Stingers, the Switchblades, and the Secretary wants to keep that dialogue going with defense industry as well on those and maybe even other systems, because we certainly think that now that the focus is on the Donbass, this could become a more prolonged conflict, and we want to make sure that our own defense industrial base can continue to support our needs, as well as supporting our efforts to support Ukraine's needs. It's a really weird way of saying it, but Mike.
Does the administration believe Israel should provide the Iron Dome system to Ukraine? And if so, are they doing anything to encourage them to do that?
The United States believes that every nation that provides equipment and systems to Ukraine should do it according to their own dictates. These are sovereign decisions, Mike. They're sovereign decisions, and we respect that. Jim.
John, the Secretary ordered thousands of U.S. troops over to defend the eastern flank of NATO. Has there been any sort of a discussion on how long that deployment's going to be, and if it would be rotational following on?
There's been no redeployments as yet of the additional forces that we have sent to Europe, air, maritime, and ground. There's been, I shouldn't say there's been no some ships have come home, some squadrons have come home, but in terms of the ground forces in particular, they're still there. The Secretary is in constant communication. with General Walters, as well as in the case of the Army, the Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff and the Chairman about what that needs to look like going forward. So I don't have any announcements for you in terms of redeployment of like the 82nd, for instance, which is where I think you were kind of getting at. But right now, our footprint in Europe, which is now over 100,000, is both permanently based and rotational and temporary. And we're still working our way through what that's going to look like in coming months. I mean, clearly at some point, if we're going to have to make a decision about the 82nd, for instance, and whether they're replaced or not. That we're just not there yet.
Is that something that probably will wait until the summit in Madrid?
I wouldn't peg it to Madrid necessarily. I mean, the Secretary and the Chairman look at force posture every day, and there are decisions that come up to the Secretary every week about force posture around the world, but including in Europe. And so they look at this continually. And there hasn't been a decision about other redeployments or replacements just yet. I will say, though, that, and we're not at the point now where this is happening, but back to my point to Joe, I mean, the security environment is changed now in Europe. And so the Secretary does believe that it would be healthy for leadership here at the department to take a look at our European posture going forward and what that should look like. Now, that's really not a discussion. That's going to be a series of discussions to include consultations with allies and partners. You can't just take for granted that you can plop a bunch of soldiers in one country or another. You kind of have to talk to the host nation. And so those kinds of consultations haven't started yet. But I can tell you that the Secretary wants us to start thinking about what a European footprint should look like going forward. Because, again, the landscape has definitely changed. Yeah, I haven't gone to anybody on the phone yet. Dan Lamoth.
Good afternoon, John. The Canadians announced a day or two ago that they were going to be sending some 777 artillery rounds. 777 artillery pieces, and also some Excalibur rounds specifically. That's an American capability. It occurred to me the Pentagon might be sending those as well. Can you clarify if that's the case, and then speak more broadly to Pentagon efforts to send precision artillery rounds specifically? Thanks.
Yeah, Dan, I think, again, we've been very transparent about what we're sending. You can see it up on our website, and I'm not going to go beyond that. I mean, what we've said we're sending 777 howitzers. And I told Bob earlier, I mean, we more than half of them are already in Ukraine, and they're continuing to move. And obviously, we've talked about 155 millimeter rounds to go with those howitzers, and they continue to flow into Ukraine. I mean, between the two tranches, between PDA 7 and 8, you're talking about almost 190,000 rounds total of 155 millimeter artillery. But I'm not going to go beyond that in terms of specificity. John Ismay.
Hi there. One of my Capitol Hill colleagues flagged that there's a Lend-Lease bill for Ukraine that may be heading to the president's desk for signature later this week. And I want to know if there's been any discussion about how this could possibly offer any additional permissions that the Pentagon doesn't already have now.
John, great question, but I'm not going to get ahead of pending legislation, and I'm certainly not going to get ahead of the president's decision with respect to that. What our focus is right now is on meeting our responsibilities under the presidential drawdown authorities that we're executing as we speak, and looking ahead about future drawdown authority and what that could look like, working with Congress. And I don't want to get ahead of where we are in the decision-making process. Clearly, one of the things the Secretary took away from his time both with President Zelensky in Kyiv as well as in Ramstein with 40 nations represented is that Ukraine does still have acute needs. There is a lot that the nations around the world can do to meet those needs, and we're going to keep looking for creative solutions to do that. But I'm just not going to get ahead of the legislative process right now. Rio.
I want to ask you about U.S.-Japan military exercises. Earlier this week, the Russian government said if Japan expands the military exercises with the United States near the Russian territory, Russia will take a retaliatory measure. How much will you take Russia's warning into account when you decide the scope and scale of military exercises with Japan?
We will operate, train, fly, sail where international law allows us to do that, Rio. I'm not going to talk about specific training event scenarios. Japan's a treaty ally. We take our commitments, our security commitments to Japan very, very seriously. And Japan should be the one speaking appropriately to the exercises that are conducted in and around Japan.
Follow-up. The U.S. and Japan have focused mainly on defending the southern part of Japan and addressing the threat posed by China. But as the threat of Russia is increasing, do you think the U.S. and Japan need to pay more attention to the northern part of Japan and allocate more resources to the north?
Again, I would refer you to Tokyo to speak about their self-defense needs. We have a very robust training regimen with Japan, a very strong military-to-military relationship. Exercises and training events are constantly monitored and changed as appropriate, not just to potential threats, Rio, but to the kinds of capabilities you want to improve. That's why you do exercises, to get better at things. And we're constantly having a conversation with Japan about what that could look like. But again, I'd let Japan speak to Japan's defense needs. That's really their responsibility, and appropriately so. Japan, as you know, I mean, was a participant in yesterday's meeting. I mean, they also recognize the threat to the rules-based order that Russia represents in their invasion of Ukraine, and they take that seriously. We were glad to see them participate. Sam Legrone.
Hey, John, just to clarify on Phil's question from earlier. So are you saying there are not U.S. Marines pulling embassy security in Ukraine right now?
The specifics of force protection, Sam, just not going to do it. I'll let the State Department speak to what their diplomatic activities look like, but I would be surprised if they also want to talk about security right now. What I said to Phil was, if there's a need for U.S. military support, then we'll have that discussion with the State Department, and we have supported our diplomats in the past. We know that's at least not a total U.S. military responsibility, but there may be a role for that. But I got nothing for you on that today. Yeah, one more.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a follow-up on the medical malpractice. These claims have been filed for over 2 years now. So hundreds of service members, over $2 billion worth of claims are in limbo right now. And it appears the services aren't processing the claims because they're waiting for policy guidance from the secretary. So I just wanted to try again, see if you could be a little bit more specific as to why that hasn't happened. We've been waiting for that for over a year.
I'm not aware that there was a need for guidance from the secretary here. Once a claim is properly filed and received, the service that ran the military medical treatment facility reviews it. Claims are reviewed in a non-adversarial manner to assess liability and pay meritorious claims. Settlements are offered based on the best assessment of liability and damages. Claimants have access to the medical records and the opportunities to submit additional information through their process. So again, the services run this claims process. And as I said, we take it seriously, and we also have to follow the law in doing it.
So do you have any sense of why they're not processing the claims?
I don't, and I think you have to talk to the services and each individual case for that. But look, we take it seriously. We know that there should be a legitimate claims process, and there is, and it's legislated, and we have to follow the law. But we absolutely believe that it's an obligation of ours to take this seriously, and we do. But it's done by the services, and I'd refer you back to them individually. Okay, thanks everybody.
We already have a crisis at the border. Everybody knows that. That crisis threatens to become a catastrophe. So last year, about 1 million people came into our country, mostly under the asylum system. So they came to the border unlawfully, allowed to come into the country. This year, we are on track to have a lot more. We don't have the final numbers yet, but probably it'll be between 1.5 and 2 million people. So it's already at crisis levels. And when you talk to the Border Patrol, they will tell you it's very difficult for them to deal with the current flow. We also know that along with people coming over our border in unprecedented numbers, we have an unprecedented amount of illegal drugs coming into the country, particularly the synthetic opioid called fentanyl. Those numbers are at historic levels and unfortunately are resulting in overdoses and overdose deaths in this country at historic levels. So in my home state of Ohio, as an example, we have a increasingly large number of people who are overdosing and dying from fentanyl. I was at a drug coalition meeting a few days ago in Ohio, and I asked whether the national statistics, which say that 2/3 of the people who overdose and die are dying from fentanyl, is accurate, and at least in the Toledo, Ohio area, they told me no, it's more like 80 or 90%. This fentanyl is coming in primarily from the southern border. So it's an immigration issue, it's a humanitarian issue, it's a safety issue, and it's certainly an issue of illegal drugs with a devastating impact on our communities. We're here to talk about the possibility of it getting even worse, which is because the public health authority called Title 42 may well expire. The administration, as you know, has supported having it expire next month. The Border Patrol, again, have said in no uncertain terms to all of us, and I hope to many of you, that should that happen, they will lose operational control of the border. Right now, there are about 8,000 people a day coming through the border. They believe that if Title 42 is revoked, that number will increase dramatically. The Department of Homeland Security has told us privately that they think that's between 12,000 and 18,000 people a day. So this is just impossible for the Border Patrol to handle. The Title 42 issue, to set the stage here for my colleagues and their remarks, is in litigation. There's a judge in Louisiana who has said that the administration cannot simply revoke this, but they have not set a date as to what might be the appropriate time frame, if there is one. So there's a lot of uncertainty right now, certainly. But we have to presume that the administration may be successful here, and that means Title 42 would come to an end. Roughly half of the people who come to the border are turned away under Title 42. Roughly half. So the 1 million people a year is really 2 million people a year. About 1 million are turned back under Title 42. We also know that the Public Health Emergency and the National Emergencies Act are continuing in place indefinitely. So there seems to be a real disconnect between what's happening with regard to Title 42 on the one hand and the public health emergencies on the other hand. This is a situation that, again, is already a crisis, already something that we cannot handle with current resources. Yesterday, we had a conference call with the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, in which he laid out a potential plan should Title 42 be revoked. It sounds a lot like the plan currently in place, which is simply to expedite people coming through the process. No plan to put in place the kinds of things that were in place during the Trump administration to try to deal with the border crisis, including the Remain in Mexico policy, the expedited removals, the notion that with regard to asylum there would be more scrutiny earlier in the process, but instead just coming up with a way to provide more resources to move people through the system more quickly. So in effect to make it easier for people to get from the border into the interior of the country. So that was disappointing. I'm really glad, again, my colleagues are all here, and a lot of them have been down to the border, as I have, and heard directly from the Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection folks at the ports of entry to understand the severity of this crisis. I'd like for you to hear from them now. Senator Barrasso.
Well, we actually have a dangerous crisis of national security going on in the border, and it's going to get a lot worse under Joe Biden. From day number one, Joe Biden started rolling out the red carpet to illegal immigrants by signing so many executive orders specifically making it easier for illegal immigrants to come to the United States. The number of people that came into the United States illegally in the first 14 months of Joe Biden was more than came in under 4 years of President Trump. And we're talking about 2 million crossings last year. And if Title 42 goes along, we're talking about over 500,000 expected next month alone. And if the numbers alone aren't distressing enough, it's taking a look at who some of these people are in terms of criminals, drug dealers, gang members. And if you're on the terrorist watch list, this is a dream come true for you if you're trying to get into the United States illegally. Now, we have a number of Democrats who are now running away from the president. These are Democrats who are running for re-election, and they're running scared because they know the president's policies on immigration are so very unpopular. But President Biden has turned over the border and his policies on immigration to people who really don't believe there should even be a border. I mean, even the Vice President of the United States, when she was running for president, said she wanted to eliminate immigrations and customs enforcement. We know what we need to do to secure the border. Enforce the law. Finish the wall. Reestablish the Remain in Mexico policy. It works. Title 42 is about public health and public safety. And the president is talking out of both sides of his mouth on this. Because in one regard, he's saying he asked for $25 billion additional dollars for COVID, because COVID is such a crisis in the United States right now. And at the same time, on the other side of his mouth, he said, oh, COVID is done. We don't have to worry about it with regard to the border. We can make it a lot easier for illegal immigrants to come to this country. When we talked yesterday, a number of us in leadership on the conference call with the Secretary of Homeland Security, the plan he laid out was to allow illegal immigrants to come here faster and easier, not to keep them out. So for people who believe like I do, we have a dramatic and desperate crisis of national security at our southern border. I will tell you, if they eliminate Title 42, it's going to get a lot worse.
Well, thanks, Rob. We are a nation of laws. We're a nation of immigrants. But the one thing that we have to have in this country is respect for our laws. And this is the Biden border crisis. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. There has never been a more direct correlation between a set of policy decisions and consequences resulting from those decisions than what we've seen at the border. When they came to office, they got rid of they took 94 executive actions that got rid of the tools that enable our Border Patrol to keep the border secure. And what have we seen? 2 million illegal crossings last year, 221,000 last month, the highest number in 22 years. And we're told that if Title 42 goes away, we're looking at 18,000 a day, compared to 1,600 per day pre-pandemic. These are staggering numbers. And we're also told that by the Border Patrol that 9 out of 10 agents will be taken off the border and used to process migrants. Well, what does that do to all the other unsavory things that are happening at the border? Senator Portman mentioned a number of those, but the biggest killer today of people between the ages of 18 and 45 is fentanyl. And fentanyl is coming across the border because it's just essentially an open border. And so we've got the direct consequence of these Biden administration policies playing out in front of the American people on a daily basis. And what have they done? Well, they've stopped construction of the border wall, as Senator Barrasso pointed out. They have significantly curbed deportations. They have ended the Remain in Mexico policy. These are all policy decisions taken by executive action by an administration which is yet to visit the border. So the president and his border czar, the vice president, are directly responsible for what is happening at our southern border. And Title 42 makes it much, much worse. If they end that, if they repeal Title 42 as they are intending to do, it is going to intensify and make much worse a problem that is already epic proportions in terms of the disaster that we're seeing there on a daily basis. So the Democrats in the Senate, at least, are coming to the realization, I think in the House as well, that this is a really bad idea. And they're conveying that, I think, to the administration. Hopefully the administration will listen, because if they move forward with this policy, it will be on top of a whole bunch of other bad policies that have contributed to a major crisis at our southern border. And Republicans in the Senate are going to insist on a vote. We want to vote. We want to put people on the record whether or not they support this really awful decision by this administration to backtrack yet again on a border policy that has at least had some success in controlling and keeping the number of illegal crossings somewhat under control. But it will explode. It will flat explode if they move forward. So we're going to do everything we can to stop that, and Republicans in the Senate are going to insist upon a vote on Title 42, and I hope, sincerely hope, that we'll have a lot of Democrats who will join us.
This is policy insanity. The Biden administration is getting the immigration policy that they designed. They stripped away all the restrictions for actually people crossing the border. They get this result. Now, with record high numbers of people illegally crossing the border, now they're saying, and we're going to drop Title 42 as well. So we get record high numbers now of illegal crossings, and they're going to say we're going to strip away the last piece that we hadn't taken away before to increase this number even higher. May I remind everyone that's here of the simple fact the 221,000 encounters, as they called them, from the last month is a record high number. What people are not talking about as well are the 66,000 what they call gotaways that also happened last month. That is, the Border Patrol were so active trying to round up and engage this group of 221,000, they could see in the distance and count people crossing the border. There were 66,000 that we had no contact with, that we literally watched them come across the border. Who's crossing the border and what's happening at this point? Well, it's people from 157 different countries just in the last 6 months that have crossed the border. None of these individuals have a criminal background check actually carried out on them from their home country. They're doing a criminal background check if they've committed a crime in the United States before, but we have no idea in the country they're coming from if there's a criminal background at all. And for the 66,000 gotaways that happened just last month, we have no criminal background check in this country or in their previous country. This is opening up our nation to additional crime. While the American people are literally saying, let's deal with the crime problem, the Biden administration is opening up the border more and having even more people cross the border with no check, with no evaluation of their previous history at all. This is why I say it is policy insanity what they're doing. The plan that we were given yesterday, this plan statement that came in from Alejandro Mayorkas, this plan that was supposed to define out for us is not a plan at all. It's basically how they're going to move people into the country faster. It notes things like currently they're releasing people into the country and giving them 8 years before there's a hearing. They're going to now just catch and release people the same at a faster pace, moving them into the country and say, now you've got to check in within a year. But there is no evaluation. There's no chase on those individuals if they don't check in. So whether it's an 8-year time period, whether it is now, or whether they magically move that to a 1-year time period, there's no change. Fascinatingly enough, in this report, they say they're lifting Title 42 authority at the border because there's no COVID at the border, but they can't detain individuals because there's COVID in their detention facilities. So there's no COVID when you're crossing the border, but if you actually hold people in detention, then there's mass COVID, so we can't actually hold people in detention. So they don't increase bed space at all in this process. That's a major problem. And can I tell you, if you read through the report, and I hope you do, from what they call a supposed plan, this is not a plan. This is just what they plan to be able to carry out to do to increase the numbers even more. It's not a plan to decrease the numbers. And I can say that not based on my opinion, but based on theirs. Go to the back of their report of their supposed plan on this. They end with their conclusion statement. May I read this to you? The conclusion statement says, despite the best efforts of our dedicated DHS workforce and our partners executing this comprehensive plan, a significant increase in migrant encounters will substantially strain our system even further. So their plan is not to reduce the number of people crossing, Their plan is this is about to get worse, and we're aware that this is about to get worse. This is not a plan to stop illegal immigration. This is a plan to accelerate illegal immigration, and they even admit it. This has got to stop. The American people just want the enforcement of our laws. That is not too much to ask.
Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you, Rob, for spearheading this. Well, we've been here before. We've been talking about this is at least the second or third press conference that I've been a party of to talk in a cautionary tale as to what we see over the horizon. And the administration, by their own admission by numbers, as James said, they are acknowledging that it will occur. So here we go again. Here we go again. But there's a couple differences. Significantly, as Senator Portman mentioned, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, in growing numbers, are imploring the president to postpone, to relook, and to rethink the decision to get rid of Title 42 in May. And so we see those numbers. I think as we get closer to the date, we know these numbers are going to go up. But we also have our friends in the media that would not normally be rising to put on their opinion pages things that we agree with, maybe. Here we got the Washington Post. A migrant surge is coming at the border, and Biden is not ready. That was in April of this year. And then we have NPR that says, what happens at the border once it is lifted, Title 42? In a word, influx. That's a mild word, I think, compared to what we think will happen and know will happen. It's going to be a catastrophe. And Senator Langford, Senator Portman, and Senator Thune, we were on this call yesterday with the Secretary Mayorkas. And when we talked afterwards, 6-point plan, as James was pointing out, it's only a way to manage the more and more numbers that are coming, and it isn't really managing. It's transportation, it's healthcare. It's moving people from actually the border into more central parts and then processing them there. What's that going to do? That's going to keep you all away from the processing centers of where all of this is really occurring. In my view, that's ducking the media, in my view, and ducking what the real numbers could and will be. So I'm the ranking member on the Appropriations Committee for Homeland Security. We've been very generous with Homeland Security. We've provided them already with a supplemental to help them deal with the surge. But this surge was here. When we see what's going to be the influx or catastrophe, as I would categorize it, that is another press on the appropriations and on the resources that we're going to be willing to look at and give to the Department of Homeland Security. So I think, and I specifically asked the Secretary that question, are you looking for another supplemental? And he very artfully answered sort of a maybe, I think would be a good way to characterize the way he answered that, very discouragingly. So I join with my colleagues, with my Democrat colleagues, with those in the media, with my folks at home are very concerned about this. Why would somebody in West Virginia be worried about this? Because we have the highest percentage of deaths from overdose than, per capita than any other state in the union. Fentanyl is killing our friends and neighbors, and it's all coming through the southern border. So the diversion of agents, and they're losing agents because the morale is terrible. Why would you want to be protecting our southern borders and be prideful of what you're doing in law enforcement every day when your president is just letting you get overrun? You can't disrupt the drug trade because you're so busy processing and doing all of the things that happens when 18,000 people come across the border every single day. So there's time, Mr. President, to rethink this. There's time for us to find a better way. And the plan needs to be deterrence, whether it's expedited removals, quick asylum adjudication to get that, the Remain in Mexico policy. We have some solutions here that worked under the Trump administration to keep these numbers down. It's time now to look seriously at these before this catastrophe descends upon us. Thank you. Yeah.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Rob. Right now, we've got a crisis at our southern border. It is chaos. It is endangering the safety and security of Americans. We are seeing hundreds of thousands of children being brought in by human traffickers, many of them subject to violent abuse, to sexual abuse. We're seeing criminals, violent criminals. We're seeing gang members. We're seeing people who are known terrorists coming in illegally. This chaos is the result of political decisions made by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And looking at the chaos at the southern border, only this administration would decide it's not bad enough that we have the highest rate of illegal immigration in 61 years, 2 million people last year. It's not bad enough. They want to make it worse by rescinding the use of Title 42 to protect against COVID-19 infections. It's interesting that on April 1st, the CDC issued a statement urging the end of Title 42, saying, quote, after considering current public health conditions and an increased availability of tools to fight COVID-19, such as highly effective vaccines and therapeutics, the CDC director has determined that an order suspending the right to introduce migrants into the United States is no longer necessary. 12 days later, on April 13th, the same CDC extended the order that everyone must wear masks on airplanes. So here's the Biden administration's reasoning. It's just fine, according to the CDC, for tens of thousands of illegal aliens to be released who may well have COVID-19, to surge into Texas communities where the hospitals are overrun, they are full, where the schools are full, where the jails are full. But American citizens, even those who have been vaccinated, even those who have had COVID, they must wear a mask. It is utterly arbitrary and hypocritical. Now, thankfully, both of those decisions, the decision to end the use of Title 42 and the arbitrary decision to require everyone to wear masks on planes, both of them, the federal courts have stopped. But the partisan hypocrisy is stunning. This is the CDC embracing open borders. And I will say partisan hypocrisy, Capitol Hill is certainly not immune from that particular failing. We're now seeing a bunch of Democrats, interestingly enough, all collected in states where they're on the ballot in November. And they've suddenly discovered the American people don't like it when you have 2 million illegal immigrants, when you're releasing vast numbers of people in chaos. And so suddenly you got Democrats who are releasing statements saying we should not end Title 42. The hypocrisy of that is last year I forced a vote on my amendment to codify the protections of Title 42, to stop the administration from ending Title 42, and every single Democrat voted no. Every one of the Democrats who's putting out press statements, so the press statements are actually very convenient because the corporate media will happily parrot that they oppose ending Title 42, while ignoring the fact that when they had a chance to actually do something about it, every single Democrat voted no. And by the way, many of us have been fighting to get another vote on Title 42, and Chuck Schumer is blocking the vote because he doesn't want to vote to put people on record. This is extreme, it's radical, it's dangerous, and it's unnecessary. The open border policies of this administration are a disaster, and I'll tell you, my prediction is in November, South Texas is turning bright red. South Texas has been a heavily Democrat region of our state for 100+ years. This November, I think we're going to elect Republican members of Congress. I think we've got a good shot at electing 2 or even 3 Hispanic women Republicans to represent South Texas, because I can tell you when I sit down at roundtables in South Texas, elected Democrats tell me, if my party is the party of open borders, I can't support that. This is a disaster, and it is caused by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Well, this administration is either incompetent or they want this crisis. It has to be one or the other. Either they're incompetent or they want this crisis. I think we all realize that if we repeal Title 42, if we implement DHS's plan, we're going to double or triple the number of people coming across the border in the next few months. We've done over 90 town halls in Kansas now since being sworn in a little bit over a year ago. And I can assure everybody that their biggest concerns are inflation and the safety and security of their families. And their safety starts at this open southern border. I want to bring this issue home to Kansas. We're not a border state, in case you didn't have geography. We're in the heartland, the very middle of the country. And this is the front page of the Kansas City Star this Sunday. The front page of the Kansas City Star this Sunday. 2 young men in the prime of their life, high school age boys that died from overdose of fentanyl. We all should realize that a teaspoon of fentanyl could kill 1,000 or 2,000 people. These young men, I don't know if they took half a tablet, if they took 1 tablet, but that would be plenty to make most people stop breathing. In the past 3 months, Kansas has had 2,500 drug overdoses. Last month, Wichita police officers on a routine traffic stop picked up somebody with 7,000 fentanyl pills. And again, each one of those pills could probably kill several people. We've apprehended, since Joe Biden was sworn in, over 6 tons of fentanyl seized at the border. I drive a Dodge Ram truck. I could back my truck up and fill that 10 or 12 times, and that's how much we've seized. And we could assume that multiples of that have got across the border. I think the only conclusion is, like I said, that this administration is either incompetent or they want this crisis. Thank you.
I think one of my Democratic colleagues had it right. The other day they said the administration's efforts to roll back Title 42, quote, shows a lack of understanding about the crisis at our border, unquote. Now, the White House says this issue's about public health concerns, about the pandemic, but the Biden administration only seems to be concerned about the pandemic when it supports their liberal agenda. Now, according to the administration, the pandemic continues on airplanes, where they continue to fight for a mask mandate. The pandemic continues in the halls of Congress, where the administration continues to lobby for billions of dollars in emergency relief funds. But on the border, they say the pandemic's over. Come on. Immigration officials have warned that letting Title 42 expire will make our border crisis 3 times worse. 3 times worse after a year where we had 2 million illegal border crossings. We know what needs to be done. The administration needs to stop playing games. They need to do what's right for the country. They need to enforce the law, and they need to do what a bipartisan majority of United States senators is now calling for. Keep Title 42 in place and secure the border.
So last week I was in Del Rio. I was in Eagle Pass, and went down to see our North Dakota Guardsmen. We have 125 Guardsmen down there, also in Uvalde. And they're the eyes and ears of the Border Patrol. So I was down there to support them and, again, call attention to the crisis that is going on at the border. Now, it's interesting. Last year I was down there with Cornyn and Cruz. We had 16 senators, and we were just to the east in the Rio Grande sector. Del Rio sector is immediately to the west. The Rio Grande sector has been the busiest sector. Now remember, 220,000 illegal encounters by Border Patrol just in the last month, in March. Okay, 1.7 million last year, and that doesn't even count the gotaways. Okay, and what's going on is, at the time we were there, the Rio Grande sector was the busiest. Now that's becoming the Del Rio sector because they're migrating over there because they have many fewer Border Patrol officers in the Del Rio sector. So they move where there's the least resistance. Senator Portman, myself, we were in Mexico last year. We were in Central America. We were in South America. It's a demand pull situation because in Mexico and Central America and South America, they know if they come, they're getting in. So they're coming. And interestingly, last year when we were in the Rio Grande sector, they said people were coming from 50 different countries. 50 different countries last year. This year, just last week when I was in Del Rio, they said 100 different countries. So Customs and Border Protection gave us a briefing, and they said that's gone from 50 different countries, people illegally. crossing the southern border. Now, from 100 different countries. Think about that. Yeah. The numbers are staggering. And remember, when you get those numbers from Homeland Security, and they talk about 220,000 encounters with people crossing the border illegally in the month of March, that doesn't count the gotaways, which can be maybe 40% more. And those are the folks that don't want to be encountered. Why? Because they have criminal records, they have drugs, they're human trafficking. That's what's going on. And if the administration lifts Public Order 42, it just gets worse. It just gets worse. When I was down there, we had 2 guardsmen from the North Dakota National Guard, Specialist Alvarado, Specialist Clem, who had just saved 5 migrants who were trying to cross at Del Rio. They were out there, they were, and the river's high, the current is strong. There were 5 migrants that probably would have drowned. They went out and they got them, and they saved them at great risk to themselves. And we know what that risk is because we saw what happened to a Texas National Guardsman here just this week. He drowned out there trying to save migrants crossing illegally who were trafficking drugs. That's a tragedy. That's a tragedy. Why is this administration not stopping that? Why is this administration not stopping that? And we know it can be done. The last administration, the Trump administration, did it. You enforce you keep Public Health Order 42 in place. You enforce the 3rd Safe Country Protocol and the Remain in Mexico Protocol, and you build the border wall. And we can secure that border. Congress needs to push for it. The courts need to push for it, and the public needs to push for it. We need to get the Biden administration to enforce the law and secure the border.
I think there's a consensus among anyone with any common sense that if we lift Title 42, it's going to create a true crisis on the southern border. That's what we've been speaking of. It's going to create tremendous havoc. John mentioned the men and women that work so hard on the border, do a tremendous job. You can imagine the strain that they're under now, but it's going to be unimaginable what they're going to be facing. The other thing is it's going to put tremendous pressure throughout all of our government agencies. I'm blessed. I'm a senior member on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. I'm also the ranking member on military construction and veterans appropriations. I've been through countless hearings, countless visits with VA leadership regarding the lack of resources that we have right now due to the labor shortages, needing specialists, needing all kinds of different providers. The list goes on and on. One of the things I'm very concerned about, there's talk of using the 4th mission. This is the idea that when you have a crisis, that the Veterans Administration then can step in and provide resources to help fill that void. This is going to be a crisis, but it's a Biden administration manufactured crisis. Americans, veterans have given everything for this country. We can't let the resources and personnel that are supposed to be dedicated to taking care of them get ripped away because the President and his administration have so badly mismanaged our border security and illegal immigration problem. They don't deserve it, and we won't stand for it. Thank you.
I think it's pretty clear that everyone that has spoken today just wants President Biden to do his job and to protect Americans. You know, this administration is continuing to just wreak havoc on the southern border. You know, it tells Americans that Title 42 is no longer necessary because COVID's behind us. And in the same breath, they're asking for billions of dollars in more COVID relief. How hypocritical is that? You know, it is amazing that the Biden administration is ending the COVID emergency for illegal immigrants, but is filing appeal on a federal judge's order to overturn the mask mandates on airplanes, trains, and buses. Eliminating Title 42, the consequences that we know that will bring, that, 1 million more people would cross the border in the first 6 weeks after Title 42 is eliminated, that's what we're looking at. It will make this issue that is already an unbelievable crisis, it will make it 3 times as bad as it is now. It is unreal that you've got an administration that is actually implementing this and defending it. You know, Shelley said, why is West Virginia so concerned? Let me tell you why Mississippi is so concerned. Interstate 10 and Interstate 20 run right through Mississippi. This past week, a driver was pulled over, and, you know, these law enforcement agents have such a hard time, but a driver was pulled over and arrested, a Texas man, for transporting over 3 pounds of these fentanyl pills that we're talking about. 3 pounds of this little pill. And it was right there in Rankin County in Mississippi. It's destroying lives. It's destroying families. Our job is to protect Americans. Our job is to enforce American laws. So, you know, when it comes down to the Biden administration just simply using COVID as an excuse to push through these liberal policies, and it just doesn't matter what it's doing to the safety of Americans. It is unbelievable. We need to continue to have these press conferences. We know what's in front of us. Again, we're just asking President Biden to do his job to protect Americans and enforce the laws that have already been passed.
Cindy, thank you. Questions, comments? Yes.
Senator Portman, some of your Democratic colleagues aren't necessarily opposed to lifting Title 42, rather lifting it without a plan. Now that there has been a plan released by Secretary Mayorkas yesterday, are you worried that some of your colleagues across the aisle are going to switch over their sides? Have you had any conversations with them? What are you hearing?
No, it's a great question. I have not heard that, but I wouldn't be surprised. The problem is it's not really a plan. And, you know, we looked at it carefully yesterday. We had a briefing on it. And primarily what it does is it expedites the immigration process. As an example, instead of having processing at the border, there would be processing on the bus or other means of transportation going further into the interior to take pressure off the border. As an example, there would be more people hired to process people more quickly, but nothing with regard to slowing the flow. So it's not a plan that deals with this crisis, which is getting, of course, far worse if Title 42 is removed, in that about 50% of the people were turned away. So this line would have been up here if 42 had not been in place. And so I mean, that's the decision I guess my colleagues have to make on the other side of the aisle. I think 11 members have said they have some concerns with revoking Title 42 at this point. The other point I would make is this is not about Title 42. Ultimately, that's going to go away. At some point, COVID will be behind us. We won't have a public health emergency. We'll be left with a policy that doesn't work. And we know what works because here, as you can see, we had effective control of the border by putting in place some sensible policies. The asylum policy changes that Senator Capito and others talked about is one thing we have to do that actually was not done during the last administration, that would even lower those numbers further, which is to say immediate adjudication. If somebody doesn't qualify, they'd be sent home. And that 85% of the people who are applying from Mexico or Central America or other places are, in the end, not being granted asylum. And yet they're in the United States for 6 to 8 years and embedded in the communities and so on. So we know it works. And that's the kind of policy we're looking for. Yep.
My question is for Senator Cruz. You mentioned that Leader Schumer was blocking a vote on having the Senate go on record with whether they support delaying or keeping Title 42 in place. What's the best legislative avenue at this point to keep it in place? I know that there's also bipartisan legislation from Senator Langford and Senator Sinema at this point.
Look, I would be happy with any vehicle that is moving. There was a couple of weeks ago before the recess, we were initially going to vote on their supplemental funding for so-called COVID relief, and many of us were conditioning that vote on voting on Title 42, and Schumer ultimately pulled it down. He supports the bill he wants to pass, but not at the price of actually having a vote on Title 42. And my point is, if you know, Democrats could have come to this press conference. There are no Democrat senators standing here. So I get that the ones up for re-election are putting out press statements claiming that they don't want to end it. But when they voted on it, every single one, 100% of them, voted against preserving Title 42.
Do Republicans concede that this is no longer really about public health? Because Republicans have been very vocal about rescinding all other pandemic-related restrictions. But Title 42 was ostensibly put forward as a public health measure. So if you don't support mask mandates, right, and a host of others, then how do you justify continuing to support Title 42?
Look, mask mandates are the height of hypocrisy. And by the way, I will say on mask mandates, if you look on any airplane, people are voting with their faces. Vast majority of people on planes, the instant the mandate was repealed, pulled them off. I got to say, I'm actually pleasantly comforted, even in the Capitol Hill Press Corps, which I think is fair to say is not a right-wing organization. The large majority of reporters in this room made the choice and voted with your faces not to wear the mask. Listen, the crisis here ultimately is about the deliberate chaos and human suffering at the border. When we had the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years under Donald Trump, it wasn't Title 42 that was driving it. It was the Remain in Mexico agreement. It was enforcing the laws. The reason for this chaos is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris made the political decision not to enforce the laws, to release vast numbers of illegal aliens. And with Title 42, they want to release much more. You know, I was looking at one of the...
Title 42 was put in place because of COVID. So if you are against COVID era restrictions...
Look, I'm against an unsecured border. I'm against the chaos. One estimate is that if Title 42 is rescinded permanently, 170,000 more illegal aliens will come through our southern border. That's a massive number. We had 221,303 come across our southern border last month alone. And that's in a month. Yeah, that's not an annual year. That's a month. If Joe Biden follows through with rescinding Title 42, we will see the highest rate of illegal immigration in the history of the United States of America. That is their desired outcome. And on COVID, the utter hypocrisy of it. Look, when you say it's not about public health, let me encourage you, come down to South Texas, visit the hospitals in Laredo that are full, or in McAllen that are full. Visit the schools that are full. Come to the Biden cages. For 4 years, every Democrat and the corporate press talked about kids in cages, kids in cages. How many of y'all have done a story on the Biden cages? What you didn't report on is Barack Obama built those cages. The cages are more full today under Joe Biden than they ever have been. And the last time we went there with 19 senators, the rate of COVID positivity in the Biden cages was over 10%. So this is public health as well. But the Biden administration, the only group on planet Earth they don't care about having COVID is illegal immigrants who they want to release into this country.
So you're saying it's not about COVID then? The rollback of Title 42, you're saying it's about immigration?
It's about both.
Because Title 42, as my colleague says, is implemented as a COVID measure.
Yeah, let me take a crack at this also, because as I said earlier, Title 42 is not going to be there into the future. It's a public health order. It shouldn't be. Once we're beyond this COVID period, which is all the more reason we have to put in place sensible policies to deal with this crisis. Title 42 is not the long-term solution. It's not sustainable. We all know that.
For now to address.
It's not convenient. It's the fact that it's all there is. If we don't have it, if we don't have it, there will be. So there are 2 million people who come to the border now every year, based on last year's numbers, which is the highest it's ever been since 1924, when the Border Patrol started keeping statistics. By far the highest ever. If Title 42 is lifted, think about it. Instead of 2 million and 1 million people coming into the country, you have, just by math, now 2 million people coming into the country. And there are a lot more people coming also, as you've seen, all over the world. It's not just Central America. This chart, which is interesting, I think, because it talks about outside of Mexico and the Northern Triangle, the increase coming.
It's 150 countries. It's people from not just Latin America, but Asia and Africa and the Middle East. So that is why taking away 42 would be a catastrophe right now. But it's going to have to go away. That's why the administration needs to put in place a policy behind it. This is what these 11 Democrats are saying, to your question. You can't pull 42 without something in the alternative, something to replace it, or else you have total chaos. And that's what we're not seeing. And the proposal to deal with it we heard about yesterday, again, is more to facilitate the vast increase in numbers rather than to deal with the numbers. And it's not fair. It's not fair to these countries in Central America and Latin America and really around the world who, as we talked, John Hoeven talked about being in Mexico, Central America, and Latin America with him last year, the presidents of these countries, who met with all four of them, all said the same thing. You guys are drawing our people north with your policies. Your asylum policy is a magnet. Stop doing that. It causes us problems. We don't want to lose all these people, first of all. But second of all, you know, the migrant caravans and so on coming through, stop it. Change your policies. Put in place sensible policies. That's all we're asking for.
But in terms of sensible policies, are there any immigrants that your party can support at this point? You know what I mean? Like there's, I mean, it
we're strongly in support of legal immigration. We're strongly in support of legal immigration. Strongly.
How though? In what policy during this Congress have Republicans done anything to support legal immigration?
Well, we strongly support legal immigration, period. I mean, America is the most generous country in the world in terms of bringing in legal immigrants. We're for that. I think I speak for all my colleagues.
Do you support, for example, in the Competes Act, the provisions to offer, say, the most non-controversial immigrants of all, STEM PhDs, a green card? We're hearing from your colleagues all week that, you know, this is going to be too controversial for this Republican Party. Is the Republican Party at this point just a restrictionist party?
No. I would support that, of course, and I always have. You staple the green card to the diploma. Senator Bozeman's got to go. You want to say something before you leave?
The only thing I would remind is we have these numbers, but as somebody that used to be the chair of Homeland Security, these numbers indicate people that are caught. It doesn't count the hundreds of thousands of people because the border guard is so tied up doing things that they're not trained to do, taking care of young children, things like that. You've got hundreds of thousands of others that are going across. The other thing I'd remind people is the border is secure on the Mexican side. The cartels don't allow anybody to cross without getting a cut. So it's a tremendous moneymaker for the drug influx that we're so very concerned about that's been talked about earlier.
But Senator, does the increase in apprehensions have anything to do with the increase of appropriations? As a former chair of the Appropriations Committee, as you increase appropriations for the border, wouldn't that result in more apprehensions?
No, I'm all for, plussing up border security.
But that would make that target higher, no?
You do that with...
No, because you actually...
When I was chair, we were actually able to do things concerning building the wall, things like that, putting in security measures, all of those kind of things. So you can do this in a number of different ways. The point is it needs to be done.
And remember, the objective of security at the border is to deter people coming illegally. Deterrence works. There's a reason we got to those low numbers. There's a reason the numbers exploded the moment Joe Biden got there. And by the way, apprehension for most of these is a term that's actually not accurate. I would encourage all of you, come down to the border and see what happens, because they come across the border, they look for a Border Patrol agent. They turn themselves in. They're not being caught. The vast majority of them are not trying to run. They're not trying to escape. They come in and they go seek out a Border Patrol agent. The Border Patrol now puts signs. Here's where you get processed. And the reason is because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, when they get here, they show up and they have a phone number of someone in the United States. They have a place they want to go. And the Biden administration is the last mile of the human trafficking network, and they put them on a bus and put them on a plane and take them to wherever they want to go in the country. And so these are not apprehensions. The objective is to deter people from crossing illegally. We know how to do it, and it's a very simple thing. You enforce the law. What Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won't do is enforce the law.
Let's take two more questions.
Speaking of deterrence, and you had mentioned this earlier about the current immigration system does need to be reformed as far as asylum processing, adjudication.
Yeah.
So would you agree with the DHS on that point, that you guys do need to do something to reform the immigration process? Or do you think that if the administration implemented deterrent policies, that the current immigration system would be enough to, would work well?
Well, on the report that was issued yesterday that James Langford had, you will see it says something interesting. It says our current immigration policy is broken, and yet there's no proposal to fix it. So absolutely we want to work with them on that, but that's not what they're proposing. With regard to asylum, the only proposal that they've had, and this came out about a month ago, was to put asylum officers on the border to do an initial screen. But when that individual was deemed not to be eligible for asylum because they didn't meet the standard of credible fear, then that person would be able to immediately appeal to an immigration judge. So in effect, it only created another bump in the road. In other words, another time delay, as opposed to the policy that I would support, and Senator Cornyn and Senator Sinema have legislation that goes along these lines, which is to actually provide the funding to provide an immigration adjudication with regard to asylum at the border immediately. And if that person doesn't qualify, and remember 85% roughly of people who go through the system in the end don't qualify, then those people would go back to their country. That would have an immediate deterrent effect.
So you would agree that deterrence wouldn't be the only solution? It would need to be a kind of a double take?
Well, that is deterrence. I mean, it's deterrence because when your neighbor comes back and reports, you know what, they've got a system in place now where you can't go in illegally. You can only go in if you're legal, and you wait in line. And again, we have the most generous system in the world, and we support that. Or you have to really be someone who does have a legitimate fear of persecution in your home country, and therefore you qualify essentially as an asylee or refugee. That would send a huge signal. That's what's going to stop people from coming. And then all the other provisions we talked about here today that add a further deterrent, such as providing the Border Patrol the tools they need with the technology and the fencing and the walls. And you know, when the Biden administration came in on day one, they stopped the construction of the wall. Fine. They also stopped the construction of all the technology that went with the wall. And what my colleagues can tell you who have been down there in the Del Rio sector as an example, since that was talked about, or El Paso, they not only didn't complete the wall, they stopped the technology. In fact, in Del Rio, in El Paso, the technology was stopped after about 10% completion. The wall was about 90% complete. Now, even my Democrat colleagues support technology, I'm told. This is sensors and cameras and so on, but they stopped it all. So there's a lot of things you can do, but ultimately, if you don't fix the asylum system, you're going to continue to have people drawn to our border because they know, as Senator Cruz has said, they can walk in. One more question, then we'll be breaking up this, but I'll stick around, as will Senator Cruz, I'm sure, for questions individually.
I'm actually off topic. Can I get your reaction to Trevor, the prisoners brought that resulted in Trevor Reed being?
I'm not up to speed on it. If you want to talk about it.
He's a Texas native.
Yeah, no, we're very glad that he has been returned, and he should never have been detained in Russia. And we're glad he's back. We're glad that he's going to be back home in Texas, and we are celebrating that.
Let's take one more question, since that was not. Yeah.
Can I ask about expedited removal?
I'm sorry, say it again. Expedited removal.
On expedited removal,
Yeah.
one of the pieces in the DHS memo was to increase use of expedited removal with the thought that a formal deportation order is going to be more of a deterrence, as you mentioned, to repeat crossers who right now don't face a legal consequence. There's no disincentive to just keep trying. And if you look at the chart even, you sort of start to see a small rise starting in April 2020 when Title 42 is lifted, or Title 42 is imposed. I was just wondering what your response was to the recidivism concerns about Title 42 and whether you support expanding expedited removal, or do you just see that as processing people faster?
Yeah, I think expedited removal has to be part of any policy that works. You know, under the Obama administration, there was about, as you know, there were more people who were deported through expedited removal. Roughly 65% of those who came in illegally were removed. The numbers we have for the Biden administration, which would be last fiscal year, the 8 months of the Biden administration, it's roughly 4%. So there's a huge difference even between the Obama years and the Biden years in terms of using expedited removal and actually deporting people who did not qualify to be in the United States. And it's a further example of what we're talking about. There's been a deliberate attempt through policy to change what we're doing at the border and also with regard to the interior, with regard to expedited removal and deportations. And this is part of the magnet.
So Title 42 were rescinded, and in its place was a very robust expedited removal system where a high percentage of people were removed through that process. So there is somewhat of a process, but it's
well, yeah. Again, the one caveat here, which is a huge one, is that if you come to the border and you claim asylum, you are permitted to come in.
Well, if you pass credible fear.
If you pass credible fear, but that's a very low bar, as you know, at the border, extremely low bar. So, and then you go through the process, and then at the end of the process, roughly 15% are deemed to have qualified. But meanwhile, all these other folks are in the country. And so you have to deal with that issue as well, not just expedited removal. And then when that happens, is the person deported or not? Right now, again, the 5% figure, that is not happening. So it's a big change in terms of even the Obama years until this administration, much less from the Trump administration to now. Any comments on that?
Can I ask quickly, you care deeply about the border, you also care deeply about Ukraine.
Well, thank you all for being here this afternoon, and thank you to my colleagues for joining me for a very important press conference led by the Republican Study Committee. I want to first thank Dr. Brian Babin, my colleague from Texas, for partnering with me and the Republican Study Committee to hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable. And I want to thank Whip Scalise and the 130 other members of our conference who've joined in on this effort. Let's be clear, the Biden administration is not, quote, effectively managing the crisis at our southern border, as we heard them claim today. The crisis has spread far beyond the border, including to my home state in Indiana. Biden's border crisis is a national crisis. Every state is now a border state, and every border state is wide open. And as President Trump said, if you don't have borders, you don't have a country. Fentanyl seizures have doubled in 2021, and fentanyl is now the leading cause of death of Americans age 18 to 45. Drug overdose deaths climbed to record levels. 2 times as many Americans died of illegal narcotics this year than died during the entire Vietnam War. All of this happened because Secretary Mayorkas opened our border in a matter of months. He didn't do that by sitting on his hands. He did it by breaking the law. Secretary Mayorkas refused to implement President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy after being ordered to do so by a federal court. He defied federal law and unilaterally halted construction of the border wall, costing United States taxpayers $72 million. This is an intentional border crisis. Deportations plummeted while illegal immigration skyrocketed. And that's only possible because Secretary Mayorkas decided not to enforce the law. The DHS Secretary's mission is to ensure, quote, the safety and security of our borders. But today, during one of the worst humanitarian crises in history, Secretary Mayorkas announced he is focusing on fighting disinformation. Today, he announced that DHS's Disinformation Governance Board. While foreigners illegally cross our border at will, Secretary Mayorkas has prioritized policing law-abiding American citizens' speech. But Secretary Mayorkas is worse than neglectful. He's working to undermine his department's mission. He is working to make our border less secure and our country less safe. About 2.5 million illegal border crossings since Joe Biden took office, and a record number of people have died crossing the U.S.-Mexico border in 2021, about 650. Enough is enough. When Republicans take back the House majority in 2022, I vow to you, we will use our oversight power to investigate Secretary Mayorkas's disregard for federal law. And we will expose his criminal conduct, and we will hold him accountable. The American people will thank us when we do. With that, I'd like to turn over the podium to my colleague and friend and co-chair of the Border Security Caucus, Representative Babin.
Thank you, Jim. I really appreciate it. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Babin, 36th District of Texas. It's a great pleasure to be here, and we appreciate your attention today on this very, very critical issue. President Biden and DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, they have successfully manufactured the worst border disaster in the history of our nation. And now they want to make it worse by rescinding Title 42. The only remaining guardrail keeping our southern border from disappearing completely. Make no mistake, every single decision that they've made, including this one, has been a dangerous and reckless decision, and make no mistake as well, every single one of these decisions were purposeful. They know exactly what they're doing. They're intentional and they're calculated. It's really actually difficult to dismantle a fairly secure border. But in the span of just over a year, the Biden administration has undone every single measure and policy put in place to effectively secure that border. They spout nonsense about how they inherited a mess and this and that from the Trump administration. But that is an absolute lie and falsehood, and no matter how many times it is repeated, it will remain a falsehood and a lie. Whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, you know with absolute certainty that we had the most secure border that we've ever had under the previous administration of Donald Trump. And because, unlike Democrats, the numbers don't lie. And just last year, we had more than 2.5 million illegal aliens show up at our southern border. But trust me, folks, it's about to get much worse. And here's the reality. Title 42, it matters only so long as this administration enforces it and utilizes it as the tool necessary. We saw this same song and dance with the Remain in Mexico program, better known as MPP. The Biden administration ended that. The courts told them to reinstate it, a federal court order. But now we see it back in place in name only, not in practice. We know that Title 42 faces the same future should Biden choose to extend it. Go by what they do, not by what they say. And don't be fooled by these Democrats who are now publicly calling for Title 42 to remain in place. We know they have zero interest in protecting the border and protecting my home state of Texas or to protect our nation, or they would have spoken up months ago. No, they're interested in protecting their seats in Congress. And friends, we've sacrificed enough. We were forced to shut down while our border was wide open to thousands who had active COVID disease. We have had our schools packed and overrun without any say from the taxpayers that foot the bill. We've had our property destroyed and vandalized. We have lost loved ones at both the hands of illegal aliens and the deadly drugs that many of them have smuggled in. Over 100,000 Americans dead last year from drug overdoses, most of which had come across the southern border. And now we have lost a soldier, a Texas Army National Guard, guardsman. I am a former Texas Army National Guardsman myself, and that's why it really irks me to hear what I heard Jen Psaki say. This young man, age 22, who died trying to save a drowning illegal border crosser, whom we now believe were smuggling drugs into the country. I could not believe the words coming out of Jen Psaki's mouth earlier this week. How dare she blame the death of Texas National Guard Specialist Bishop Evans on Governor Abbott and on the great state of Texas. How dare she and the president abandon our brothers and sisters in uniform like that. Those guardsmen are stationed on the border because the Biden and Mayorkas team refused to do their job. Another life lost because of Biden's decisions, and they just don't seem to care. She and the president can keep their insincere sympathies. They can keep their hearts going out to this family, as she said. Those are hollow words from the mouths of the very people directly responsible for this guardsman's death. I'm not one for hyperbole, but the Democrats are truly destroying our safety and our sovereignty. Why? Two reasons: the maintenance of political power, and as Obama said earlier, to fundamentally transform the United States of America. And with that, I will turn the mic over to my friend and our minority whip, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Brian, and thank Chairman Banks for what they're doing through RSC to lead on this issue. America's border is under siege. And if you look at what President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have done, they have turned operational control of America's border over to drug cartels who are trafficking people into our country every day, making billions of dollars to fuel their drug trade. And they've also created a pipeline to bring in deadly drugs like fentanyl that are killing people all across America. Every town is now a border town because every community in America is negatively affected by President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas' failure to secure our southern border. As have been pointed out by Jim Banks and others, over 100,000 young people died last year from fentanyl overdoses, primarily coming from China through the southern border because President Biden won't do his job in securing our border. When you hear these numbers, nearly 2.5 million people that have come here illegally, that's the size of the city of Houston, Texas, the fourth largest city in America. That's how many people that we know of have come across illegally. There are also hundreds of thousands of people who never got apprehended. There are dozens of people that we've caught that are on the terrorist watch list who have come into our country illegally. And when you think about what's going on all around the world, we're not just talking about people coming from South and Central America. There's over dozens of countries that are included in that number of people that are coming here illegally, including from Middle Eastern countries. When you've got the Taliban that President Biden turned over to a terrorist organization in Afghanistan, when you look at what's happening in Ukraine with Russia moving in, with China looking to move, there are threats all around the world. The last thing we need to do is have an unsecured border. We need to secure America. From our border, we need energy security. We need a lot of security, but it starts with homeland security. And that's where Secretary Mayorkas has failed the American people. We're going to continue demanding answers. and demanding that he do his job in securing the border. But in the meantime, if you look at what Title IV provides to our country as a defense mechanism, it's not just about COVID. Think about the fentanyl, one of the most deadly drugs. And again, you go through any community in America and you ask families if they know somebody who's died from fentanyl overdose. Sadly, you'll probably get everyone tell you they know somebody who's died because of fentanyl. It's come through the open southern border that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas has allowed to happen. Now, thank goodness for at least now, a federal judge just the other day in Louisiana blocked President Biden's attempt to drop Title 42, but he's not done. He's going to keep trying, and by trying to drop Title 42, he makes America less secure. And when you look at these numbers, this is something we're going to continue to highlight. We're going to continue to fight to secure America's border and to save more lives. I talked to a rancher just the other day. I was in Texas earlier this week. I talked to a rancher who's had over a dozen dead bodies on his property because of the human trafficking that's coming across. That's just one person's property on the border. It's happening all over our border. It's a national disgrace that is completely preventable, and it was completely created when President Biden decided that he wanted to open the border by getting rid of Remain in Mexico, by getting rid of the Northern Triangle agreements, by stopping construction of the wall that President Trump had built to secure our border. It was done before. We're going to continue fighting to ensure that we get back to a secure border. And with that, now I'm going to bring up my colleague from Florida, Kat Kamick.
Well, thank you to my my friend and colleague, Representative and Minority Whip Steve Scalise, and to Congressman Banks for leading this here today. I know we've all talked about how every town in America is a border town, and it is here today that I want to point out that this is not just a talking point. You'll hear this from every member, but this is actually something very real. 10 days ago, this brick of fentanyl was found in my district in Marion County, Florida. This is 900 grams of pure fentanyl. If you look closely, you will see a stamp. That is the stamp of a border cartel that has been identified by Homeland Security investigations. Along with that was a pill press, weapons, and additional cash. What was happening was they were taking this brick of fentanyl, creating a new drug, pill pressing it, and then using my district as a testing ground for this new drug. My husband last week responded in one night, one shift, to 3 calls. He is a firefighter and a SWAT medic, and in his experience, he sees this all the time, but last week in one shift, one night, 3 calls, 3 overdoses, 2 didn't make it. It was fentanyl. This isn't just a talking point. This is real, and it's happening in every county, every municipality, and every state in America. No one is immune to this. Today, I had the opportunity to question Secretary Mayorkas. I submitted for the record a letter led by our colleagues on the Republican Study Committee, 133 to be exact. And within that letter, there were questions, very pointed questions about border security and Title 42 and what his department and his administration was going to do. He committed to me a yes, verbal yes, that he will respond to each one of those questions in 30 days. I'm asking you here today, as members of the media, to help us hold him accountable because he verbally committed to that. But I also asked him, yes or no, do you believe that we are a nation of laws? He said yes. I said, if someone crosses the border illegally, do you think that we have the right to arrest and then deport that individual for breaking the law? He said yes. Representative Babin mentioned here today that we should judge them by their actions, not by their words. It's clear that the actions and the words aren't matching up. Because if they were serious about border security, if they were serious about homeland security, if they were serious about getting drugs like this off of our streets, they would actually secure our border. They wouldn't be changing the definitions and the statutes within MPP. They would not be getting rid of Title 42, the last tool in the toolbox that our Border Patrol agents have. So when you hear members talk about every town in America is a border town, think of Marion County, Florida. Think about how this is the third time that we have found a brick of fentanyl that is over 800 grams. Think about the families that have been destroyed, and think about how many families are potentially going to be destroyed by this. And with that, I have the great pleasure of yielding to my friend and colleague, the mayor of West Texas, Representative Arrington.
I've got another question I'd like to ask the president. How could you fail on your most sacred responsibility to provide for a common defense and keep the American people safe and secure? The people of Texas have been abandoned by this president and their government. I want to thank Chairman Banks and Dr. Babin and Whip Scalise and my colleagues here today for their leadership on what I believe is the most imminent threat to the safety and security of the American people. For over a year, we've been experiencing this unprecedented and unmitigated humanitarian and security crisis. But at the heart of this self-inflicted disaster is a constitutional crisis. The same Constitution that Secretary Mayorkas took an oath to defend. This administration is completely failing to uphold its core constitutional responsibilities. And I repeat, to provide for a common defense, to protect Americans against an invasion, Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, and to enforce the laws of the land. Homeland Security's own mission statement says the administration and enforcement of our nation's immigration laws is critically important to the national security and public safety of the United States. I think I can speak for my colleagues when I say we couldn't agree more. But this administration is not only failing to fulfill their own mission, they are failing to defend the Constitution and uphold the laws of this great country. They're not detaining people who are here illegally. They're not enforcing expedited removal. They're not following the court order to enforce MPP. They're not executing on Congress's directive to build the wall. They're not maintaining operational control of the border. Mr. Secretary, preserve the integrity of your office. Faithfully execute our immigration laws and fulfill your sacred duty to secure the border, stop illegal immigration, and keep your citizens, our fellow Americans, safe. And with that, I turn the mic over to my dear friend and neighbor in eastern New Mexico, fellow freedom fighter, Yvette Harold.
That's great. Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you, Scalise and Banks, Congressman Banks. I'm just honored to be here to talk about this today because it is so important. I mean, today, Secretary Mayorkas testified before Congress that we will not lose operational control of the border. Well, it's kind of hard to lose something that you don't have. So today he also said that he's shown that he's complete. It shows that he's completely out of touch with the American people. His radical political appointees are purposely destroying our nation's border security and allowing people, drugs, and terrorists to flow unabated into our great nation. At one point today, Secretary Mayorkas claimed the U.S. has effectively managed the ongoing migration crisis. Well, the truth is we're not talking about birds here. We're not talking about migration patterns. We're talking about American citizens, and you've heard from my colleagues how dangerous this is. If it's so effective, then why are over 2 million people making it to our southern border illegally and coming into our land? Why are we concerned about the uptick in fentanyl? The border crisis is real. The communities that live in and around, the people that live in and around the border are feeling it. And everybody's correct here. Every state's a border state, but you don't have to take my word for it. You can go down to Hachita on your own, talk to Judy Keeler about the bust that was done today in her front yard. There were over 18 illegals there, a pregnant woman holding onto a 1-year-old with a 3-year-old by her side with a group of men. This is a real threat to our sovereignty as a nation. And really, the problem is Secretary Mayorkas would like to blame this surge in migration under Joe Biden's watch from everything to COVID to climate change, when in fact, really, the true cause is a lack of enforcement, a lack of leadership, and possibly he does not understand his job description. Perhaps America first doesn't mean anything to him. And perhaps the American people need to continue to put pressure on every one of the people in this administration who have decided that America last feels pretty good to them. But the cavalry is coming in November. I guarantee you we have been listening to the American people for the last year. And it breaks my heart to think that now we have actually 26 governors from around the country that are putting together a task force, a strike force actually, because of the failed policy and failed leadership of this administration. And I'll tell you, it's a pretty sad day. I went down to the border on Good Friday. Yeah, in New Mexico, I did run into some National Guard troops. I thanked them for their service and then I asked them where they were from. They were all from the state of Florida. You know why? Because a lot of these governors get it, and they want to protect America. And that's exactly what Mayorkas should be doing instead of worrying about climate change or COVID change or, I don't know, maybe what he's having for dinner. This is a real issue. We need to stand up. We need to have our voices heard. And this administration needs to take the accountability and the steps forward to protect our sovereignty. And with that, I would like to turn it over to my friend Michael Cloud.
Michael Cloud from Texas 27th District. We keep hearing this word, effectively manage. The Biden administration said they effectively managed the withdrawal from Afghanistan. They effectively managed COVID, and today we hear Secretary Mayorkas saying he's effectively managed the border. Reminds me of a quote from an old movie that says, "You keep using that word, I don't think it means what you think it means." It's sad to see that this administration continues to embrace these sort of principles. If effectively managing means that we're aiding and abetting cartels, that's exactly what's happening. We've effectively aided and abetted cartels. We've effectively invited terrorists into our country. I live in South Texas, and so I've visited the facilities where young women are there, and half of which will admit they've been abused along the journey. I talk to ranchers weekly whose fences are run over, who find dead bodies on their property, who are afraid to let their children roam their own property because of what they may come across. They find rape trees on their property. This is not an effectively managed border at all. Just this last week, we had a Texas National Guard member, Bishop Evans, thinking he was saving the life of a migrant coming across the border, and now we understand that it was most likely a couple cartel members bringing drugs into our country. And so under the Trump administration, we had actually seen a decline for the first time in many years of drug overdoses. Well, that has stopped, and now we are effectively seeing an increase of drugs. And as been mentioned, fentanyl is the #1 killer for young people in our country today. This is tragic. And my district is what, in an area of Texas where law enforcement calls it the fatal funnel. There's a couple major highways that go through Houston, and so we see this on a daily basis. We see the effects of the border throughout our communities. Many of our communities are left to deal with, as now many communities across our nation. What to do with the schools, what to do with hospitals, what to do with the burden from what's happening at our borders from having an open border. Secretary Mayorkas has not done what he's supposed to do to secure the border. The way this is supposed to work, of course, as we know in a republic, is that we pass the laws and the administration, the executive branch, faithfully executes the laws that they've sworn to do. Well, they are not doing that. They are not executing the laws when it comes to safe third country. I visited a border patrol and I asked them how that was going. I said, well, there's been a court order. You've been told to reinstate this. Have you gotten a memo? Have you gotten anything? It was a reflexive laugh at the response that they've gotten from this administration when it comes to how they are now enforcing safe third country. And when it comes to what's going on in deportation. Laws, what they're supposed to be doing. We have increased funding, yet less activity going on. And of course, we come to the wall and the infrastructure that's supposed to be securing at the border. Congress has already funded it. The American people have already paid for the infrastructure necessary to help secure our border. And this administration refuses to do so, and indeed is taking the hard-earned wealth of the American people and using it to not build the infrastructure necessary to secure our border. And so this is tragic. It's tragic that we have to continue to talk about this, but we will continue to be talking about it. And it has said, not before November, certainly thereafter, we will see action on this, and the investigations will roll out, and we will bring this administration to justice and to account. And with that, I yield to my friend and colleague and neighbor from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Today, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas had the audacity to tell members of Congress, under oath, I remind you, that the department has, quote, as Mr. McLeod said, effectively managed the flow of migrants on our southern border. Well, I'm going to echo what my colleague said. His definition of effectively managed Well, to me, it says that his education might not have been effectively managed. That's what it says to me. Well, Secretary Mayorkas, I was just there on Monday, and as someone who served in the Texas House of Representatives from 2009 to 2012 and was on the border committee during that time, this is the worst I've ever seen a border effectively managed. Since President Biden assumed office and ratcheted up his open border and amnesty rhetoric, hung out the sign that said, "Come one, come all, you're welcome," we have seen unprecedented surges of illegals across the border. Quite frankly, at the rate Mayorkas is not doing his job, we don't need him on the border or anywhere else for that matter. We are looking at over 6,000 illegal crossers a day, and if Title 42 is lifted, we can expect 16 to 18,000 illegal crossers a day. Are we a sovereign nation with borders? Apparently they don't think so. Apparently they think it doesn't matter if we have borders or not. Apparently they don't care about the American public. That's the administration that we have. We lost a soldier. I was there with Kevin McCarthy and about 8 other members when they discovered his body in the river. President Biden and Mayorkas, in my opinion, bear responsibility for that death. And we see little ones that have died. All the bodies that Congressman McLeod talked about. We see that all over the border. Between the desire to repeal Title 42 and the reversal of the Remain in Mexico policy and Mayorkas' dishonest testimony today, this administration has proven that they don't care if America is a sovereign nation, and they don't care about sovereign borders. They don't care about the American people, and quite frankly, they don't care about their oath of office, in my opinion. They care about one thing, maybe two: money and power. That's what they care about. They believe illegal migrants, when granted amnesty, will create a giant voting bloc, keeping limousine liberals perpetually in office. Their obsession with ideological open border policies have put women, children, families, law enforcement, soldiers that we saw, and now our national security at risk. Secretary Mayorkas' failure to secure the border and enforce the laws passed by Congress, combined with his testimony today before Congress, raises serious questions about his commitment to his oath of office and his suitability for office. Mayorkas needs to be removed from office, and this administration needs to take immediate action to protect our citizens and this nation. America, wake up. I think you are. The Democrats are going to find in November that Americans have had enough. It's time to put America first. I yield back.
I want to thank all of my colleagues for their important comments on this matter, and happy to take a few questions.
I spoke with Representative Escobar today, and she's saying y'all are using Title 42 as political theater. She's saying that it's actually inflating the border crossing numbers and that you're using it to push xenophobia. What is your response to Representative Escobar?
It's obviously laughable for her to make those claims. The fact that she is not willing to take any responsibility or show any leadership at all to address the issues at the border is what the American people have had enough of, and the election is going to show it. It's going to prove it. Yes.
You had another one of your colleagues today hold a presser calling for a comprehensive immigration reform package. I mean, this is something that Congress got so close to doing back in 2013. Is there any momentum to have a similar package either be worked on now or perhaps next year when Republicans might be the majority?
Well, there are so many issues to deal with immigration. I'll defer to my colleagues on this, but first and foremost, I appreciate that Leader McCarthy has made a commitment that when he's the speaker, there will not be any single bill that passes out of the House that offers amnesty. And I, as Republican Study Committee Chairman, as a conservative leader in the House, I applaud his leadership in making that commitment. That being said, there are many issues related to immigration that are worth discussing and resolving, but it's got to start with securing the border. And we have a secretary right now in Mayorkas who has ignored legal orders to do his job, and he has 30 days to respond to our letters, as Representative Kamak forced him to do. He agreed that he will respond verbally before the committee today within the next 30 days. Otherwise, there are a lot of major issues here that, that deserve the American people's attention, deserve Congress's attention, and Republicans are going to do everything to hold them accountable. I don't know if Whip Scalise or anyone else want to.
Later this year, we're going to be rolling out the Republicans' commitment to America, and it's going to show the country on a whole host of crises that are facing the nation, from the border crisis, inflation crisis, high gas prices, national security. If you look at the issue of parents being involved in their kids' education, runaway crime in big cities, we're going to be rolling out an agenda on all of those different fronts. And I can tell you, there are a lot of issues both with the border and interior security, but it all starts with border security. And I think you're going to see a package that we will roll out early off in a Republican majority that would show the country how to secure America's border. Now, be up to President Biden to talk about whether he would support that or not. It'd be up to the Senate to move it too, but I think you'd see a lot of Republicans from all swaths of our conference coming together to pass a border security package. There are a lot of other issues too regarding immigration that then we could see if we could get a consensus on, but it starts with border security, and we will be having that as a main component of our commitment to America.
If I can ask a really quick follow-up, just in terms of making sure that things mean what you say they mean. Can you define amnesty a little bit more? Because there have been proposals that, some people say it's amnesty, other people is like, no, we're asking immigrants to pay their fair share.
No, amnesty is clearly rewarding those who come here illegally and granting them permanent legal status or citizenship of some sort. So I stand against that, and I believe most Republicans in the Republican conference stand against that. And I appreciate that our leader, Kevin McCarthy, has made a commitment that when he's Speaker, no bill that includes amnesty will pass out of the House of Representatives. Yes?
I have a question for you and then for one of your colleagues. For you, what does it tell you that this isn't a black and white, Democrats on one side, Republicans on the other? There are Democrats who are on the same side. What does that tell you about this issue?
Well, I think that's being generous. I mean, at this point, there are a few Democrats that are willing to step up and demand that this administration secure the border, return back to the Remain in Mexico policies and the policies that worked under President Trump to secure the border. There might be a few that are restless or anxious about lifting Title 42. They know that that's going to make the crisis that we already have a whole lot worse. So I appreciate that there are a few Democrats, perhaps, who are willing to say that. But this is a black and white issue to the American people, and they've had enough. They see it for what it is. They know this administration has created this crisis, and they know Secretary Mayorkas is ignoring the rule of law, and he's making it a lot worse. So the letter the Republican Study Committee led, 133 members signed it, demanding answers from the Secretary, is something that shows broad unity within the Republican conference, and I think you can stay tuned to what comes next after we see the results.
And a follow-up for Whip Scalise. I wonder if we can talk briefly about a meeting you had earlier today with Congressman Gates. He says he's going to go on Fox News and talk about it, so I wanted to see if you had anything to say about it, and if you stand by your initial comments in that now public audio about how his comments might have been veering towards the potentially illegal.
As I shared with Matt when we talked today, there were some things that were being told to a number of us that were in that call about threats that were being made, and there were members that were getting death threats at the time. And clearly, I'm very alarmed and a little bit extra concerned when you see members of Congress, Republican or Democrat, getting death threats, and so wanting to ratchet down the rhetoric that's out there. And there were some things that were being presented to us in that meeting by others that raised those concerns that I expressed. Now, clearly, those didn't ultimately come to fruition because there were no charges that were brought, but what we were being told were some pretty alarming things, some from law enforcement, some from other members. And so I shared that with Matt. I'm sorry that those comments caused him problems because it was things that was conveyed to me from a number of places that we were, and look, you can go back to those days after January 6th. There were a lot of reports floating around. Some turned out to be true, some not. And so, as you're having private conversations commenting on those things, ultimately, the concerns I had were that there were members getting death threats. And that was something that I surely wanted to be vocal at pushing back on, but he and I talked about that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to confirm, because you guys talked about it, obviously, with the larger group during your meeting this morning, but then you guys met separately, just one-on-one, right?
Yeah, we did.
Thank you. Yes.
So Secretary Mayorkas has been saying that his hands are tied when it comes to Title 42 because of the CDC's directive. What's your reaction to that, and do you have any plans to go after the CDC or HHS on their guidance on this issue?
I'll defer to Dr. Babin.
Thank you. As one of the co-chairs of the House Border Security Caucus, we had Secretary Mayorkas come and sit down with about 30 or 40 of us, and he tried to tell us that he had no jurisdiction on whether this thing would continue or discontinue. But he is the secretary appointed by the president for the Department of Homeland Security. And absolutely, he can make recommendations. And those recommendations, he doesn't sit on the CDC, I understand that, but it is absolutely disingenuous for him to sit there and tell the Border Security Caucus and the Judiciary Committee and anybody else that he has no say over Title 42. It is just simply not the case. If the man is the Secretary over Homeland Security, and this is a tool that he has at his disposal to use to keep the homeland secure and safe and keep Americans safe, he absolutely could make the recommendation, and it would carry a lot of weight with this administration. So I want to say thanks to Chairman Banks of the RSC. I want to say thanks to my colleagues, to Whip Scalise, for letting us, for getting this initiative up so that we can start talking about a man who is sitting in a position and simply not doing the job, ignoring his oath of office and telling whoppers exactly as you just said. Thank you.
Thank you. We will hold Secretary Mayorkas and the Biden administration accountable. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see everyone back in the Capitol. We had a very robust discussion during today's caucus meeting, focused on both the domestic issues that are of great importance to the American people, working on lowering gas prices, lowering food prices, dealing with inflation, building upon the tremendous success of the Biden economy so far, tackling the challenges that are in front of us, and also continuing to meet our responsibilities to stand by Ukraine, the free world, democracy, truth, as opposed to dictatorship, tyranny, and propaganda, which is what Vladimir Putin represents, the Russian war of aggression represents, and unfortunately some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle also represent. There'll be more than a dozen bills on the floor today, bipartisan bills to deal with continuing support to the people of Ukraine. We will stand by them until victory has been won. Let me now yield to our distinguished Vice Chair, Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our caucus spent the last 2 weeks back in our districts highlighting our work in passing the bipartisan infrastructure law and the American Rescue Plan and capping the cost of insulin, in addition to talking about community funding projects back in our communities. We continue to push for legislation that lowers health care costs, invests in clean energy, increases domestic energy production, and reduces our deficit by making millionaires and billionaires, like people who can afford to buy social media companies for $44 billion, pay their fair share in taxes. House Republicans oppose this. They'd rather raise taxes on millions of working people who can least afford it, including seniors, to support tax fairness for billionaires and wealthy corporations. Rather than invest in the next generation by protecting against the impact of climate change, they want to punish those on Social Security and Medicare. House Republicans believe in an economy that works only for those at the top. We have a vision for an economy that promotes opportunity and rewards hard work. When we're able to enact this vision into law, it's going to raise the quality of life for working people all across this country. That's what the chairman and the leadership of the House Democratic Caucus continue to focus on during this legislative period. Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Pete. Questions?
Forecasts for recession are really escalating every week. Is there any new, maybe emergency legislation you're looking at to either fight inflation or protect Americans from a major economic slowdown?
Well, we're continuing to build upon the progress that has been made by President Biden over his first 15 months in office. I think it's important to take note of the fact that the economy was on the brink of collapse when President Biden was inaugurated. The American Rescue Plan was enacted. Not a single Republican voted for it. And we've had a tremendous economic turnaround ever since. 8 million good-paying jobs created during President Biden's first 15 months in office. That is a record in American history for a similar period of time. Fastest rate of economic growth in 40 years. Unemployment at 3.6%. Wages have increased. All of that has been accomplished, and the deficit was reduced in President Biden's first year by $350 billion. We're on track for a more than $1 trillion reduction in the deficit in President Biden's second year. That's a tremendous economic record, a foundation to build upon. And so we're interested in the literature as it relates to the prognostications in terms of where we are as an economy. The most important thing that we can continue to do is do the work. And do the work means lowering costs for everyday Americans in many of the areas that Vice Chair Aguilar outlined.
Okay, I apologize. I have two very different questions for you. The first one is, are you concerned about the New York maps and that they'll be overturned? And are you surprised by the turns that this has taken since they were drawn? The second is more up here. What do you make of the McCarthy tapes that we're hearing about his comments in the aftermath of January 6th and his defense of those now, that he was just playing through scenarios of, what Trump should do?
Well, with respect to the first question, it's pending litigation. We'll see what the Court of Appeals decides, and it's probably not appropriate for me to comment until the Court of Appeals makes its final decision. I think there are strong arguments that have been made that the legislature is following the guidance of the Constitution to draw districts anchored in communities of interest, and we'll see what the Court of Appeals decides. With respect to the second part of the question, I'm tempted to yield to our Vice Chair, Pete Aguilar. But I'll simply say, the radical right playbook is simple. It's not complicated. It's in our face each and every day. It's a 5-point playbook. Number one, lie. Number two, lie. Number 3, lie. Number 4, lie. Number 5, lie again. That's the radical right playbook. Lie about COVID, lie about the economy, lie about the election, lie about Democrats, lie about the border, lie and lie again. And so the American people will have a clear choice to make in terms of the contrast between what Democrats are all about, delivering real results for the people, and a group of folks who lie with impunity, facts don't matter, hypocrisy is not a constraint to their behavior, and they think that shamelessness is a superpower. Vice Chancellor.
All I'll say is the American public doesn't know who Mike Kevin is. What the American public needs to know is that this is a Republican Party that is the chairman mentioned, more committed to lie and then to lie when they're caught about lying than they are about delivering help to everyday Americans. They don't want to talk about legislative solutions. They don't want to talk about lowering the price of health care. They don't want to talk about those issues. They'd rather continue to support the big lie, lie about everything else, lie when they're caught, and then giving standing ovations. It's so, we'll have the January 6th committee will obviously have, more to talk about, in the future. But I think that's what the American public wants is, will there be accountability? Will there be people in Congress who stand up in the face of this pressure? I'm thankful enough to serve with 2 Republicans who are on that committee, but few and far between. People who are willing to stand up and speak about the issues that matter and actually deliver the truth when it's needed. And this place used to be a little different, and I think that's what disappoints a lot of folks here.
So Title 42 has divided Democrats in both chambers. If the Senate sends over amended COVID legislation or Ukraine supplemental that includes putting Title 42 back in place or keeping it in place, do you guys bring it up? What do you do?
Well, that's a hypothetical scenario, and so until we see the Senate act in this area or in any other area, I think it would be irresponsible of me to get out ahead of the caucus and comment on legislation that may or may not manifest itself. With respect to the Biden administration's plan, Secretary Mayorkas will be before Homeland Security today. Will be before Judiciary tomorrow. Look forward to hearing from him, questioning him, and figuring out how we can continue to make sure that we have a secure border, follow the public health guidance and the science as it relates to Title 42, and also make sure that we both uplift these 2 twin ideals of America, which is both the rule of law and a nation of immigrants. Pete? Yeah. Back to this side, yeah.
With some of the tensions that the Title 42 has brought among Democrats and the White House, as well as President Biden, some of his lowering poll numbers, are you concerned that this might impact or increase the risk of some of the vulnerable members of your caucus even further?
With respect to the House Democratic Caucus, things are puppies and rainbows, wine and roses right now. Are you seeing what's happening on the other side of the aisle? Like, we're actually focused on dealing with issues, solving problems on behalf of the American people. The chaos that exists, the dissension that exists, the tension that exists, the infighting that exists, the bickering that exists, the shots fired that exist in this Capitol are happening within the House Republican Conference, not us. We're continuing to do the business of the American people.
On a federal gas tax holiday, is that something that you and leadership would support?
It's part of the discussion, and the discussion is ongoing. We are definitely going to act to try to address the geopolitical issues that relate to gas prices being where they are, act in terms of some of the supply chain challenges. It would be a useful thing if the oil companies made a decision to actually lean in on the permits that they currently have to do something about the supply and demand challenges instead of being more concerned with rewarding their shareholders, lining their pockets to the detriment of everyday Americans and the American consumer. But we're going to act. I don't think a decision has been made in terms of which of the many different legislative proposals is the right way to go. But this is an issue that was featured prominently in our leadership meeting yesterday and featured prominently in our discussion before the caucus earlier today.
Before recess, Speaker Pelosi said she had concerns with it. It depletes the infrastructure fund. Oil companies could benefit and not pass those savings on to consumers. She seemed very cool to the idea. Is the mood shifting, or do you continue to have concerns about it?
I think it's fair to say that with respect to the effort to lower gas prices, nothing has been ruled in and nothing has been ruled out. Go back to...
On Title 42 yesterday, Leader Schumer said he acknowledged the divisions within his conference and said that there is an effort underway to come to a consensus position that all Democrats could support. Is there a need for something like that in the House Democrats, and if so, what would something like that look like?
Well, we always work to try to find, the highest common denominator amongst us, and that's what we do. We're not a cult, we're a coalition. If you're a cult, it's very easy. You just take orders from the cult leader. Doesn't matter how reckless, how irresponsible, how dangerous, how untethered from reality. You just bend the knee to the cult leader and fall in line. Thankful that you have patriotic Republicans like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger who are not doing it, but they're few and far between. That's a cult. We're a coalition that represents the broadest possible gorgeous mosaic of the American people in terms of race and religion and sexual orientation and gender and life experiences and region and, yes, ideology, from the center to the center left to the left, common sense Democrats. So we always are going to engage in a process of trying to discuss our different public policy perspectives and then find the highest common denominator to advance the ball for the American people. That's what we'll do in this area and in every other area.
I think what House Democrats are concerned about is that this should be a public health decision. So that should guide our discussions. This was clearly a Trump-era border suppression policy that had some public health wording. But this is really about public health. We need lawful paths to declare asylum. We need to restore order at the border. All of these things are important, and we can do these. But this is on us as well in Congress. And so I appreciate that the Senate wants to try to find consensus. I would appreciate also if they acted on some of the immigration-related bills that we have sent over to them in a bipartisan way, because the time to address this, the best time to address this, was in the past when we had bipartisan consensus on immigration reform before Marco Rubio backed away from a deal that he negotiated. but the second best time to address it is now. And so this is on Congress to play a role. The administration has requested almost twice as much funding for USCIS, for processing asylum claims. That will help. We need to deliver on that. We need to speed up the process for legal paths for asylum. Those are the things that we can control and that we can do here while we build consensus. But this is on us as well. And the chairman will hear from Secretary Mayorkas tomorrow. In Judiciary, I'll hear from him after this meeting in Homeland Approps.
Leader Schumer just told reporters that he's expecting the administration to send the Ukraine supplemental over tomorrow. Would you support pairing this with the coronavirus money that the administration also wants?
Well, I think we have to support Ukraine and meet the needs as articulated by the administration. And we also have to continue to make sure that our public health infrastructure is robust enough to be able to continue our efforts to crush the virus, which the Biden administration has done a good job of to date, fighting through the Delta variant and the Omicron variant, now the BA2 subvariant. And the likelihood is there will be something that comes next. And so I think it's important for the administration to have the resources necessary so that America is prepared. What the legislative vehicle is to get that done, we'll see what the possible pathway is, particularly as it relates to the Senate. The House, as always, is prepared to act and act decisively. As Vice Chair Aguilar said on immigration, which we've already done, sent over a bipartisan Dream and Promise Act, legislation to address TPS recipients, legislation to address farm workers. And the Senate will have to make its decisions about how to address any and all of these areas, which we anxiously await whatever path they choose.
Another question on COVID. Yesterday we saw two members of the Senate and Vice President Kamala Harris test positive. I believe Anthony Fauci said he will not be attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner out of fear of COVID. Are you all confident in the administration's current approach to the virus, which, at least as far as I can tell, is sort of about trying to live with the virus and sort of continue without imposing further restrictions?
Yes, I'm comfortable with their current approach.
Follow up on Title 42, please, with Secretary Mayorkas being up here the next 2 days. Is there any way to possibly use the judge's decision to delay lifting Title 42 as a way to bring Republicans on board with the kind of legislative incentives that you all have talked about?
I think the chairman and I both look forward to the public questions that our colleagues on both sides of the aisle will ask and the comments and responses that Secretary Mayorkas is going to give. He released yesterday a 6-point plan that includes a lot of items that have been supported by folks on both sides of the aisle throughout the years. We look forward to hearing his answers, and then we can have a conversation about the next steps. But clearly, the administration, the CDC has made that determination for May 23rd. We're focused on the policy solutions that we have between now and then.
Last two questions, yeah.
Just a quick follow-up on gas prices. You talked about a lot of the options. Is there a timeline? We've heard Memorial Day might be a goal for moving some gas price-related legislation.
The sooner the better. We're going to continue to act with urgency to meet the moment, address the needs of the American people. We understand that gas prices hit American families hard. It's a day-to-day or week-to-week, certainly a month-to-month expense, and it's going to require a comprehensive response. That comprehensive response is in the works, and the sooner we can get it done, the better, hopefully over the next few weeks. Last question was, I'm sorry. I'll go to you last. I like to do my alternate sides thing, so, all right, thank you.
Do you agree with Congressman Scalise that Congressman Gates might have done something illegal in the comments he made about other members? And if so, what would you be prepared to do about a member who's made threats against another member or done something illegal?
Well, we've acted in at least 2 instances related to both Marjorie Taylor Greene, completely out of control, Gosar, out of control. We could spend all day, all week, every month dealing with the out of control caucus conference on the other side of the aisle. At a certain point, I think leadership on the other side has to step in. Or perhaps they're being led by others. And so let them work out whatever they have to work out. It would be nice, as Pete has said, if instead of the infighting, the chaos, shots fired against each other, the knife fights in the phone booth that is the modern day House Republican conference, that they would actually decide to work with us on issues of importance to the American people. They have declined, perhaps because they have no vision, no ideas, no public policy objective. It's all about the acquisition of power. That's it. That's the defining objective of the other side of the aisle. And of course, bending the knee to the twice impeached former so-called president of the United States. Last question.
Two things quickly. MTA, you all sent a letter to them requesting information about the shooting and the cameras working there. Have you gotten any response? Do you see a legislative response there? And then second, there are lawmakers, including from the New York delegation, that are popping up at campaign events while filing proxy vote letters saying they can't be here because of COVID. Do you feel comfortable with that?
Yeah, well, with respect to the latter part of, the second part of your question, I haven't seen that. It hasn't been called to my attention. To the extent that it is, I'll have a comment, thereafter. With respect to the letter that was sent, led by Congressman Torres, as well as Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, in response to the tragic subway shooting that took place in Sunset Park, where there were MTA cameras that weren't functioning. It's a miracle that no one died. And we're thankful for the leadership of the NYPD, the fire department, the first responders, our healthcare heroes. But if we are going to provide resources to the MTA or any other state or local governmental entity, I think it's Congress's responsibility to make sure that those resources are effectively and efficiently and equitably utilized. And I haven't seen a response yet from the MTA. I do anticipate that they will provide one, and I certainly think the New York delegation and House Democrats will stay on the case. Thank you, everyone.
Congressman, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now.
Thank you so much.
So this was a long time in the making. Have you spoken to Trevor Reed's parents today, and how are they reacting to the news? I'm sure they're elated.
Well, I have spoken to them multiple times. They're just so thankful and grateful. I think it's a long time coming, 985 days. They have worked tirelessly from the very first day that I was sworn into office. We have worked to make sure that every member of Congress knew Trevor Reed by name. We passed a resolution that was bipartisan, bicameral, in order to get the president's attention and let him know that it was a sense of Congress that we wanted to bring Trevor Reed home. And so his parents are just elated. And it's, it's one of those things where you see that this man loved the United States of America, and he can't wait to get back. He's a survivor, and we can't wait to welcome him back to the United States and back to Texas.
Congressman, can you just give our viewers a sense of, what was your role and your office's role in working with the administration and working with the State Department on securing Trevor's release?
Well, like I said, from day one, we were working hard to make sure that we that we were the ones educating the rest of Congress on who Trevor Reed was and what the situation was. And I think we did a great job of doing that. And then, as we passed the resolution, again, bipartisan, have to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for helping with that. And as the Senate also did the same thing, we've sent a strong message, and we, at every available opportunity, talked about Trevor Reed by name. We're able to bring his name up to Ambassador Sullivan, to Secretary Blinken multiple times. I had multiple conversations with the Secretary of State to make sure that the President and the Secretary of State knew how important it was to bring Trevor Reed home. That's exactly what has happened today, and we're so thankful.
And Congressman, since the beginning of Russia's invasion into Ukraine, I think it was pretty safe to say that U.S.-Russia relations were in the dark, were pretty much dead. But this victory, this release today, kind of dispels and disabuses people of that notion. There is still a line of communication to Russian counterparts. So is diplomacy dead in your view?
Well, it's a good question. I think on this issue, it certainly highlights that there were back channels. And while we don't know the details of that, we would hope that it's not dead. And I hope that this signals that there is still a line of communication when it comes to Ukraine and the situation where Vladimir Putin is indiscriminately killing civilians throughout Ukraine and displacing 4 to 5 million refugees already, and more to come. So I hope that the administration can be strong. I'm grateful for President Biden's efforts to get Trevor Reed home and give him praise for that. Now I hope that he takes that next step when it comes to the situation that you've just mentioned.
Yeah, and of course, this means so much to your congressional district, to your constituents. How do you think this will be received back home? Because so many have also been waiting for this release of Trevor, not only, his parents, his family, and his friends, but so many in your community.
So many people have been praying for him. The answer to those prayers has happened. And I think it suggests a couple of things. Number one, my district loves this country. This is the greatest country on earth. We know that. And we're thankful to get a patriot back. And we're thankful to have had an opportunity to put patriotism over politics. That's exactly what has happened here. Now we need to take that and learn that lesson and move forward to get this country back on track in so many other areas. But I can tell you that there is rejoicing throughout Granbury, Texas, and the rest of my congressional district and the entire state of Texas.
And Congressman Pfluger, there's another high-profile case regarding Paul Whelan, who, most would argue also faced a sham trial, also is in Russian detention, and had this sentence handed down. Are you privy to any efforts to bring him home as well?
Well, absolutely. And I've worked very closely with his home representative, Stevens from Michigan. And our prayers go to his family. We need to get him home. And there's others that the names are not regularly talked about, but we need to get every American home. And I think that's the theme. We're going to ask President Biden to work tirelessly to leave no American behind in any situation. We as Americans have lived by that for centuries, and we need to make sure that we continue to do that. So while we are extremely grateful and we will celebrate this momentous day for Trevor Reed, our prayers are still with all of those Americans who are unjustly held, unlawfully held in foreign countries, and we will continue to work to get them home. And I appreciate everything that y'all have done to cover this.
Yeah, and Congressman, just last point, logistics-wise, I don't know if you're privy to this, but when should we expect Trevor back on American soil?
Those details are forthcoming, and I hope to understand that in maybe the next day or even sooner. But we'll certainly be looking for those details.
Yeah, and just, you are well aware, as so many Americans are, that there's just been a recent spate of so much bad news. And this is kind of a glimmer in all of that in the news cycle. And so is your message, I guess, to the American people that we should chalk this one up as a victory?
Well, it is a victory. And again, I give the administration credit for this. That doesn't mean that there's not other issues out there. Of course there are. We had a hearing today on Homeland Security with Secretary Mayorkas. Our southern border is a complete disaster. And there's so many other crises that are going on. But for today, for this moment, I give the administration credit. I thank President Biden. And we're going to celebrate this win as a victory. And then we're back at it tomorrow to get the country back on track because this is the greatest country in the world. And I personally, along with my colleagues, will continue to fight for it.
Congressman August Pfluger, a Republican from Texas, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much.
You did it, Mom and Dad. You did it. All right, let's go.
Thank you. Hi, everybody.
I'm Joey, and this is Paula Reed, Trevor Reed's parents. Thank you all for coming today, and thanks for all of you who we've seen, some of you several times before. And and we like to say this right off the bat, that's, you're also a big part of why Trevor's home today, and you can thank yourselves for that. Without the media and public attention, our government doesn't work the way it's supposed to, and the media makes that happen. And in our case, you've done a wonderful job, and we want to thank you for that.
Yes, from the bottom of our hearts, seriously, thank you.
So, and I guess I guess real quick, I should also mention certain people in the media at the national level. Patrick Revel with ABC News. While I was in Russia for 14 months, he and some other correspondents there befriended me, and they covered his story. The story was originally broken by a reporter for the New York Times, and then followed up the next week with ABC and Reuters. and then it kind of took off from there. And then Jonathan Franks here, with the help of Montel Williams, helped us several months down the road start bringing all that together and getting our word out about our son. So we want to thank them in particular, and Jake Tapper from CNN, who's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And and everybody at all the networks, but so
the little local guys are okay.
Oh no, we love all you
absolutely.
local guys. We're saying, like, y'all stood out in the rain and the snow with us at the VA Center, so we appreciate that, really.
And I'll have to pull out my list to go through all of you. So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
so about today.
We got a call early in the morning.
Well, we've had we've had several interviews already today, so we'll just kind of go over what we've been asked before. Is we had a little forewarning that something might happen this week, because they didn't want to just wake us in the middle of the night, and obviously the government knew something was brewing, and so we had that, and so we were on pins and needles every phone call. We're hoping that will be the call, and then this morning about about 4 something like that. We got a call from Roger Karstens, the SPEHA, Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, and he said, hey Joey, I've got somebody here I think that y'all might want to talk to. And so it was our son, obviously, and they were in the air, and I believe they were flying out of Turkey, where the exchange took place.
Yeah, and the first phone call that we got from Trevor, we've had 2 today. So the first phone call we got, he did not sound like himself. He was very subdued, and we were hyped up and all excited and kind of expected him to be excited as well, but he wasn't. So I don't know if it was just shock or if it was too early in the morning for him or whatever, but he was not his normal self, so that kind of concerned us. But later in the afternoon, we got a second phone call, and he must have eaten and had some fluids in him, and he was his normal self. He was happy-go-lucky, and he's, he still looks terrible, but he sounded better. He sounded more like himself. He was cracking jokes and talking, for a few minutes, and so he was more like Trevor.
We introduced him to some of the people from the DOD and the State Department who were here helping us today, and introduced them, and then we asked him some questions, and he was making some smart remarks about his ordeal, and in particular today. We asked him if he said anything to Mr. Yaroshenko as they passed
each other
on the tarmac, and he said no, but we kind of looked at each other, and I asked him, you didn't say anything to him in Russian, because Trevor, through his ordeal, now speaks fluent Russian. So his going to Russia to learn some Russian for his college courses here, that end of it was probably the only positive thing about his entire ordeal in
Although
Russia.
he paid for those Russian lessons, and the prisoners in the jail said, you didn't have to pay for those, we're going to teach you Russian here.
Right. So anyway, and then after we spoke to him the first time this morning, we were obviously watching the news, and we started seeing the videos of him getting out of the FSB van and with his guards, and it looked like they were having to help him walk. He was kind of walking hunched over. It looked strange to us, like somebody who was shackled, and then they had to help him get into the plane, and his eyes looked sunken in, from dehydration or malnourishment. And from what he's told us and told Lena, his girlfriend, for months, the food at IK-12 in Mordovia is horrible. They generally, for dinner, give you a piece of fish and some soup, and they throw in a piece of potato or cabbage with it. And the stray cats at the prison and the barracks won't eat the fish, and neither will any of the Russian prisoners. And they asked my son, why do you eat the fish? And he said, because that's the only place I can get any protein. And so he was very conscious about his physical conditioning before he left. When he left here, he was in great shape, and went to the gym, worked out, and was muscular. And
he ate very clean, very healthily.
So he thinks about his nutrition, and which he's had none for almost 3 years.
Yes.
How relieved are you right now? I mean, you've been thinking about this for a long time. How relieved are you at this moment?
It's not going to hit us until we see him.
I mean, we're excited. We know he's on the plane, but I think we're really it's going to really hit us when we get to put our arms around him and hug him.
So we think they're in the air. We don't know where they're going to go yet. There's apparently more than one doctor on the military aircraft, and so they're doing initial evaluations of him, and that will determine what military hospital he goes to, and then they'll let us know, and then we're gonna. I don't care where they go. We're gonna go there, and but we believe it will be stateside somewhere, and then he's going to have in-depth head-to-toe evaluations. That may take a couple of days or a few days testing, in particular to test him for tuberculosis. Right now they have him in some sort of an isolation tent or a bubble on the plane, and so they'll be testing him for those things, and then of course he'll get some counseling and stuff to ensure that he doesn't have long-lasting emotional problems, PTSD from his ordeal. And so we totally support all of that, and we're very thankful to both the State Department and the DOD for arranging that. And then after that, that could be weeks, and then once we get him back home, we're kind of glad this is the summer, and give him a little time. We know he's going to want to go back to college right away, and so of course we're going to discourage the summer semester and go for the fall, and then hopefully get him back on track to where he was headed before he went to Russia.
What did you say to him in that phone call this afternoon or this morning? Can you give us an idea of what that conversation was like?
This morning we just, I love you. It's a bunch of I love yous and we'll see you soon, that kind of thing. Because like I said, because he was very subdued, we didn't really.
How are you? And he gave us the pat answer. I'm okay. I'm okay.
He always says he's okay even when he isn't. But so that was the first phone call. And then this afternoon when he called, like I said, he was a little more animated and he was telling us funny stories about things that are happening on the plane with the people who are with him, and just how he's feeling. And then we, like I said, we had Department of Defense people here and State Department, and he was on a face call, so we let him talk to everyone and meet everyone in the room, and he just seemed like his normal self.
He got to read a Hot Rod magazine in English today, so I don't think he's read much. Well, he did get some books finally at the last prison he was in. First 2 years he had 2 books in English. They refused to give him books in English. They refused to allow him letters in English. All of the letters that he wrote to us had to be handwritten in Russian. And again, not things that we do to Russian prisoners in our prisons.
Did you ever start to lose hope that maybe this day wouldn't come?
We planned for the worst, and as our son said,
we always say plan for the worst, hope for the best, but Trevor says
plan for the worst and don't hope for the best.
Yeah.
And he said, if you have any hope, don't tell me about it, because I don't want to get my hopes up to be dashed. I'd rather just plan on being here for 9 years or longer. We always feared that they would add additional false charges. That's a regular FSB tactic to keep someone or get something from them. So we always feared that might happen. And again, we don't want to go without saying this. We want to thank President Biden.
Absolutely.
We have so many people to thank. We'd be here all day. Our Congressman August Pfluger, just wonderful, fantastic. He talks to us every few days. We've spoken to him today. We'll probably
4 or 5 times.
Probably see him tomorrow. And Senator Cornyn for his actions and for both supporting the president and his efforts to bring Trevor and other hostages home. This is not a partisan issue. We say, an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. It is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. When these foreign countries or terrorist groups take an American, they don't care whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. You're an American. And we need to stand together. That's what Americans do. When somebody attacks us, we come together. And that's what they've done in our son's case. And we want the president to do that, and not just this president, all presidents, to do that for all Americans in this situation. But we're so thankful for President Biden meeting with us and then taking this swift action after meeting with him. We believe that he probably saved our son's life.
Paula, Lupi Sabato with Spectrum News.
Hi.
I met with your friend Crystal earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
She started tearing up when I asked her, what this meant to her. She said this was the perfect Mother's Day gift for you coming up.
It absolutely is.
What does that mean to you coming home for Mother's Day?
It's absolutely the perfect gift. And when we got the call early in the week, when they said something might be occurring this week, and I said, am I going to have a happy Mother's Day? And they go, well, we can't say, but just, be ready. So, yes, it's a perfect Mother's Day. It's better, well, not better, but almost as good as the day he was born. So,
in light of this gift that you got today, what would you say to the families of Paul Whelan and Brittany Griner right now?
Okay, so we have a close relationship with the Whelan family, and we talk to them regularly all the time. So our hearts were a little broken when we found out that it wasn't going to, the deal was not going to include Paul, and so our hearts go out to them. We texted with them. We know she knows that. Their family knows that. And as far as Brittany's family goes, we're going to decline to speak about her because we think that that's what her people want. They don't want us to talk about her, so we don't want to do that and make anything worse for her case. But we hope that the Whelan family is going to be having a reunion just like ours soon.
We believed at one point before our government started considering this trade, which I think the Russians had basically been directly or indirectly suggesting for a year or two, that if they were to take our son and not Paul Whelan, that our son might try and refuse to come home, not wanting to leave another.
He doesn't want to leave another Marine there, and him and Paul got to talk through messages and stuff occasionally, so they,
But no.
We relayed messages.
Yeah, from his family
for his family to us, to them back to those kind of messages. But and at first we thought there was going to be a deal to bring them both home, and I think that it was going to be really hard for Trevor, but.
And again, that's another thing about the bipartisan support. As long as there's not some crazies in Congress that come out against the president for this action, and the administration can feel more comfortable that it is a true American issue, then maybe they'll be more open to making more deals to bring Americans home, not just exchanges, but whatever it takes to bring them home.
Just given what's going on in Ukraine, was there ever a concern that could impact the effort to bring him home?
Absolutely, because, like we said earlier, we have been told by the State Department all along that these things work on different channels, but, you get kind of skeptical of that when you see a war breaking out. And we had been speaking with everyone, asking them, please bring Trevor home before the war in Ukraine breaks out, please, please, please. And that didn't happen. And so I have to say, in the first few days after it happened and we were told that the communications were cut for a little bit, we were a little bit down. But then they said in the next week, okay, we're speaking again. So, there was a moment when we got worried about it.
And we're not sure what part it played. It had to have played some impact or some part in the story. But Governor Richardson and Mickey Bergman borrowed a plane from the CEO of Federal Express and flew to Moscow literally days before the war broke out.
The day of the war.
And they engaged high-level Russian officials about some sort of a trade, which is what they do. And they had some sort of an agreement, some sort of tentative agreement, and I think they brought that back. And then the United States government, I think, saw that opening and then took the opening on their own to accomplish that. But we appreciate everything that the governor and Mickey did to try and bring our son and Paul Whelan home.
Mr. Reed, so many of the details are still under wraps. Have you been briefed on how this negotiation came to pass and how your son's release came to fruition today?
Not really. What we just told you is all we know, and everything else is just complete speculation.
We've been told we will know later, but not immediately.
We'll know when we see it on the news.
And here's a boring question. You're both sporting Camp David shirts. Can you tell us why?
Oh.
Well, we just happened to put them on, and mine's different than hers, I think. So, but our son was a presidential guard under the Obama-Biden administration, and all the people who work there, they have a family day. And you get vetted and all that, and then you can go and they have the Marine Corps band and the silent drill team, and then your loved one gets to actually take you on a private tour of Camp David and see where the president lives and the visitors and the pool and all those things, and have a big cookout and all those things. And so we got to go there and see that.
And we always get souvenir T-shirts anywhere we go, Disneyland, San Diego Zoo, Yosemite, wherever. So we had to get a T-shirt. We had to get a shirt. So
we never had any idea that we would be wearing them for this type of situation.
Yeah,
so.
right.
You've thought a lot about this way more than the average person, obviously, but do you think the leaders could come together and maybe minimize, if not stop, all these conflicts so that other families don't have to go through this?
Oh, absolutely. And we think this is a good sign that it's going to maybe hopefully start the ball rolling and lots of things will come out of this. So
whether it be our internal politics or international politics, the governments never want to be the first one to put something forward, and then even when something good happens, they're very shy about saying that it was a good thing or that this could lead to something else because of fear of what it could lead to either internally in Russia or here. So both sides are going to deny that this will have any impact on anything else, but we hope behind the scenes that it does.
Well, yeah, because I already heard someone today that they were saying, well, it was only because Trevor was sick, and that that may be, but that's fine for us that it brought him home.
We have plenty of sick American hostages and detainees right now in Venezuela and in China and several countries, and again, if sickness is the reason, then we need
to bring them all home.
Can you speak at all to like the time and the money that you invested over the last 3 years?
Well, we really don't like to give that number out, but because our son doesn't know, and if he did, he would be so angry with us. So early on, he told us, do not pay for that attorney, do not spend that much money, blah, blah, blah. And we said, Trevor, we're going to do whatever it costs. And he said, don't do it. There was several discussions with Joey and arguments about that, so we are not giving that number out.
Have you been able to speak to President Biden today, and what did he have to say?
Well, okay, so this is an interesting story. So we're on the phone with Trevor on that initial phone call, and on my phone that we're on talking to Trevor, I see Defense Department, which is the Situation Room at the White House.
Room. But we didn't know that.
And so I hit the button, call you later, right? and so we're still talking to Trevor, and then her phone rings, and he goes, it's the president. So I hung up on the president. I'm sorry, Mr. President, didn't mean to do that. But so anyway, they connected through. We told Trevor, hey, the president's calling on the other line, and so the president was talking to us, and Trevor was kind of on hold, and Trevor was having a hard time hearing us. But then the president says, hey, I would have called you earlier, but I didn't want to mess anything up, and I didn't want to wake you up in the middle of the night, but I understand that he's on the plane, and we said we're talking to him right now, and he goes, oh well hey, you need to talk to him. You'd rather talk to him than me, so I'll get off here. But he says I want to have your family come to see me in the White House, and I'm so glad that we were able to get him out of there, and we told him we
were thankful and we're grateful, and that when we saw him, obviously we were going to give him a couple of big hugs, and he said he would give us some big hugs back. So
yeah.
Did you expect after your meeting with him that this would happen as quickly as it did?
We've said for a year, any of you who followed us, that we believe if we can just get to the boss, if we can get to the top man in our government, the executive, that we can make this thing happen because of his personality and what Americans know about him. You may not like his politics, you may not like certain things about him, but anyone who says that he's not compassionate and kind man is a liar, or they are just an idiot. Okay, so and we've learned that firsthand, and we want him to do the same thing for other Americans and get them out of there, and yes, and we think it had a major impact that and our son's illness, and probably Governor Richardson's visit. So that there were several things in play here, but our visit was and thank you for being there.
You briefly spoke of the video of your son earlier today that was released, and you talked about it looking like he appeared to be shackled. Can you walk me through just those moments of seeing that footage and what was going through your mind and your heart?
Well, she was sitting on the couch and I was sitting on a chair, so I couldn't see her face, but I know I was crying when I'd seen it. I was talking to someone and kind of saw it out of the corner of my eye earlier, but when they started showing it again, I looked at it and I went, oh my gosh, because like I said, it looked like he was hunched over and he was kind of walking like this, and they grabbed his bag and then they were helping him get up in the plane.
He looked very frail, and and immediately, like Joey said, I immediately tears just came to my face because he just didn't look like himself, and that's a really hard thing to see,
And
I said, because he's used so healthy normally.
And I'm thinking shackles because his girlfriend got to visit him once at the prison camp the same day that Ambassador Sullivan went there, and that was the only way that they would let her see him, I think, that day. But anyway, when she went to get her pass at the window, they said, "You're here to see the American?" And she said, "Yes." And they said, "Well, how long do you know him?" And she says, "Well, I've been dating him for 5 years, and he's my fiance." And they said, "Well, he's an American spy." And she's like, "He's not a spy." And so the reason we believe they said that was when they brought him to the prison camp, they brought him in a heavily armed convoy with all fully geared up, like tactical officers carrying AK-47s, and he was shackled. And all the prison guards are like, "What is going on?" They don't bring you to prison like that in Russia,
So,
even if you're a mass murderer. So there was also all these rumors started. So, and we still kind of wonder, why in the world did they do that? They're in the middle of Russia. It's not like someone's going to try
and then, like you said, his body looked hunched over, so we thought he was shackled, and we even asked him on the phone, "Were you shackled?" And he said no.
Yeah.
But he just looked like he was not walking very well.
But even today, he said there were about 20 FSB agents with him in the truck and on the plane. And then he told us before we saw the video later, the other video that's out is of the swap actually going down, and he said it was crazy. They parked the planes next to each other, and we got out and we crossed past each other like something in a movie, and then they started showing it on TV, and it's crazy. That's exactly what it looked like.
Mm-hmm. And we know a few details about what your son went through behind bars, nutritionally, health-wise. Can you talk about, as his parents, what you endured for the past 3 years, and how you were able to get on with day-to-day life every day?
Well, as he was losing weight, we were gaining weight.
Well, we gained weight. We lost. Yeah, it was just
and hair and everything.
Yeah,
else.
yeah. My hair went white, and it's just a lot of things. Like I said, a lot of things bad for us, but nothing in comparison, obviously, to what he went through. But it has been hard. It's been really a lot of stress between Joey and I, between our, and our daughter. I feel for my daughter because, she says, "It's all things Trevor." So we kind of joke about it. And so she'll say, "Mom, I want to come over and see you." So it's no thanks Trevor this weekend. And I go, "Okay, that's fine." But it's just, it's all consuming. It really is. And it's just been hard. And, you have to keep functioning and get on with your life and do things. But it is hard. And every time you go somewhere fun or whatever, like I see things and I think, "Oh my God, Trevor would love that," or this would be cool, Trevor, if Trevor was here. So it's just been hard.
And we'll still do things. We'll go out to eat, or we'll go. I go to a movie occasionally, but every time you do, you feel guilty.
Yeah.
Like what's happening with Trevor right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, and that's what all these hostage families are living with every day. It's like you can't anything that you would take for granted normally. You're like, "Oh my God, our loved one would give anything to have this simple meal or a walk down the street or a drive in a car."
Oh, like a perfect example. Right before Trevor got arrested, we bought 4 tickets to go to the Dallas Cowboy game. We'd never all done that before. So we were all going to go for the first time together. And then he got arrested, and then we had, he wasn't going to be there. And I was like, "I don't want to go." And Joey said, "No, we have to go because we can't stop living. We have to go."
We didn't enjoy the game.
Yeah.
And besides, I'm not a Cowboy fan, but
Say that
by the way, so our son and myself are big Texas Rangers fans. In fact, if you look at most of our pictures online,
they're all wearing Ranger baseball.
He's wearing a Texas Rangers shirt in almost every picture that we posted, and so they built a new stadium since he's been gone. So we're looking forward to taking him there to see that and not lose 5 pounds of sweat in the middle of the summer. So we're looking forward to that, and hopefully they'll do well this season. No comments.
Yeah.
So, but we want to make a couple other comments. We love Alina, Trevor's girlfriend, fiance. I've spoken to her several times today. She's sending us videos and news reports coming out of Russia, and so anyway, and we miss her, and we wish that she was going to be here when Trevor comes home. She was crying.
She's crying when she found out that he had already left Russia.
And all of our friends in Russia. I mean, the Russian people were always so wonderful to us, and I've gotten so many congratulations, and we're so happy from our friends, our translators, our attorneys in Russia.
news people, reporters in Russia.
So we just want people to remember that the war going on right now, there's bad things happening. There's always bad things that happen from any military in a war. And so those things happening by certain people in their military and by their government, like what they've done to Trevor, that is not the Russian people. And sometimes the Russian people are being misguided, as some people in our country are misguided. And we just have to remember that when you don't ever be mean to a Russian person that you see on the street in America, because they're not responsible for this. In fact, they're probably here because of that. So just remember that.
Can you tell us about what's next for you two? What are your plans tonight, tomorrow, in the coming weeks?
Like I said, we're waiting for the Department of Defense to tell us where Trevor's going to be, and then wherever he's going to be, we're going to be there. So we don't know what all that's going to involve yet, but and they told us they'll make arrangements or whatever for us to be there, and they will accommodate us once we get there. So. And
in the next month, I'll be looking for a job to help pay for some of our expenses. So if anybody knows of a small town that needs a fire chief, I'm available and totally certified. So.
And I'm not going to work. I'm going to stay home with Trevor every day and make him anything he wants every day. His favorite meal every day.
Is this home for Trevor? Is this where he will?
He was living here at the time, but when he comes back, he's going to want to go to. He may change schools and he may go far away, but wherever he goes, I'm going to go to college with him. I will be there with him.
And I've seen several neighbors stop by
Yes.
and drop off flowers. It seems like you guys are a really close community. How are they feeling about all this, and how involved were they with all of this?
Well, I think people, our friends and our neighbors, I think they largely feel like us. You feel kind of helpless, like what is it we can do? You know, I mean, we meet people and they say, what can we do? They see our stickers on our cars, or they recognize us and say, you know, you can write an email to the president, you can call it doesn't do any good to call your congressman and your senator, because they're already on board. You know, we've already had resolutions in Congress, and so it was really a matter of just prayers and you know, some emails, and so people feel kind of hopeless. But man, I mean, all of our neighbors today are like,
it's great. And then like our community's really, it's a smaller community, and everybody's been really nice to us, especially because, you know, we haven't lived here but maybe
10 years.
Yeah, but you know, Trevor wasn't living here, and so but for them to get on board, and we have posters and signs of Trevor all over town, you know, and I've got like 4 or 5 messages of people saying, let us know when Trevor's coming home, and we're going to just turn the whole town yellow with ribbons on every tree, you know. So we have a great support in Granbury.
Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
Okay, we're good.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you again, everybody.
Yes, really. Thank you. Thank you. If anybody needs a bottle of water or anything.
Thanks to everybody for coming out.
Yeah.
If you need anything, you all know where to find me. I'm sorry I've been so slow on emails. But
yeah,
I'll get there.
He's been slacking all day, you know. Just been slacking.
I've got about 150 I haven't gotten to.
So we'll get
to be the hero in Cameron County and understand and not waste Cameron County resources on a trial that will be lost. There's no reason to prolong this any longer, and that's why we're here to say, free Melissa Lucio.
Free Melissa Lucio! Free Melissa Lucio! Free Melissa Lucio! Free Melissa Lucio!
Free Melissa Lucio!
That's right, sir. So we're gonna bring up Charles Keith next. Charles Keith knows what it's like to suffer and to be waiting for your innocent relative to be brought out to freedom. Thank you so much, Charles, for being here today all the way from Ohio.
I'm going to hold back my tears till later, because they're tears of joy. And I think I'm going to get by myself when I let that river flow. When I came down here, I was full of pain. I had 1,000,001 questions. They've all been answered. Met John Lucio, my brother, who was convicted in Ohio in 1994 of a crime that he did not commit, spent 16 years on death row, and based on an innocent claim, they took him off of death row and gave him life without parole. So I've been fighting the death penalty for 16 years and life without parole for 14. That's why I tell people I wasn't educated by Ohio State. I was educated by the state of Ohio. I wanted John to have that same feeling I had in my guts. Not the fact that his mother was on death row and was facing execution, because I felt that too. I wanted him to feel what I felt when they said they weren't going to execute her. And he knows that feeling now. You guys feel it, but he and his family, not just John, Bobby, Michelle, I got to meet a lot of them. But me and John butt heads. I think I still got that knot. So we know. And we know what it took for us to save our loved ones. And that's what we did. When me and Abe Bonowitz come down here, we said, what are we going to do? I said, well, hell, we're going to save her life.
Right.
Or why are we coming?
Preach it.
There's no need to be here if we weren't here to save her life. I don't take any of this lightly, because this almost killed me. I am not who I used to be. I'm not that funny guy anymore. I don't find a whole lot of laughter and things, because I'm still fighting. And I now fight for others. So I see nothing funny, nothing small about the plight that they're fighting. This is lives. These are loved ones being taken from you. And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in Ohio. It's not going to happen in Oklahoma. And it's not going to happen in Texas. We're here to do something about it. Now, we said save Melissa Lucio. We did that. Now we're going to scream, free her. We need her to come home and be a mom. You women have stood greatly with her. It's unbelievable, and I talked about that the whole time I was down here, of how the women came together, and their hearts had to be beaten poundly, fast, but they stood by that woman. So my hats are off to you guys, too, for being such special people. You know, men usually fight, but I saw the women bring the noise, and that pleased me. I love that. I don't have much more to say other than let her go. And much love. Mr. Lobos, you caused us all a lot of problems. You caused yourself a lot. You caused your family a lot. You caused the state of Texas a lot. And I don't think the people are going to stand with you anymore. I'm guaranteed of that. You know, if they were going to stand with you, we wouldn't be out here now. Mr. Sines, DA Sines, is in there scratching his head now, because now he's figured out who I need to stand with, and it's Melissa Lucio.
Right. That's right.
See? This is something that he done a long time ago. He never considered the Lucio family or Melissa's children. He never considered getting caught. He never considered all of this. So when you're doing dirt like that, trying to take somebody's life like that, and you're using the people's money to screw the people, you got caught. You got caught. And you tried to take a person's life. To me, that's attempted murder. That's not a wrongful conviction. That's attempted murder. There should not even have been an indictment. We shouldn't even be standing here. We're standing here because of Armando Villalobos. And that's why we're here. And the things and the corruptness that he had in his heart and the people that he was willing to hurt to move forward in his career. And it's very painful. I don't even know the guy, never met him. But I feel him here, right here. And I'll probably never forget him, as I do all the other people and the people in Ohio in my brother's case and what they've done. I'll never forget them. And with that, I'm going to enjoy this right now.
That's right.
You know?
We're going to join you.
That's right. I mean, I can't, I'm not in the mood now to stomp and crush, and not now. This is a great day for Melissa. This is a great day for her family. This is a great day for Brownsville, Cameron County, Hallerton, everybody. Because 15 years ago, it was not. It was not a great day. So we're going to take this day and relish it.
Yes.
And today, we're going to take the hate out of our heart, and we're going to put a little love in there, as Melissa said. Love.
Amen.
That's right.
Peace.
Not peace yet, though. So Roderick Reed is Rodney Reed's brother, who you guys may have heard about. Another man who is innocent and is incarcerated. Roderick Reed's car broke down on the way to the valley, so he can't be here today. So he's going to go ahead and join us on the phone, and Charles is calling in right now. So we're just going to wait for Roderick to hopefully have some signal and say some words to the community.
What's up, my brother?
Valley.
What's going on, man?
I'm standing here with John, man. We want to hear them words. Tell us about it. We got a bunch of people here, too.
Okay, well, y'all ready? What?
Charles, somebody wants to that. Hold it up. See that? Hold it right up to
What's up, my brother? How you doing?
Go ahead, speak up, Roderick. Yell if you have to. You should be upset.
Okay. Well, first I want to give all honor and glory to God.
Just repeat what he said. Just repeat. Hold on. Hey, Roderick, Charles Key's going to repeat what you say, all right?
He's saying he's giving all glory to God. Hold on.
Because today has been a monumental change in the death row.
One second, brother. We're trying to adjust something.
Go ahead.
Okay, there's been monumental change in development in death row, Texas death row, because we have got first off stage Melissa Lucio, which is something that we've all been working hard for. And also, we have got a Supreme Court ruling in my brother Rodney Reed's case, saying that they're going to hear the case, they're going to test the DNA, and that's something that we've been asking for 24 years.
Hold on 1 second, Roger.
He says he got a ruling from the Supreme Court, and they're going to test the DNA. This is something that they've been waiting for 24 years. 24 years. Go ahead, bro.
And with that being said, it's been a long, hard road that we've been traveling. Not just for my brother, but we've been traveling this road to abolish the death penalty.
That's right. He says we've been traveling this road. Him, myself, and now my brother here, John, to abolish the death penalty. We don't need it. We don't need to stand around like this. We don't need to sit here and fight for somebody's life. Fight for their rights. You don't have to fight for the life. Go ahead.
That's right.
And my question is to the courts, you know, how much longer is it going to take for us to come to the end of this road? How much longer do we have to sit and suffer in agony because of injustice?
You can go ahead. Keep on going, Roderick. Now we got you on the speaker. It's working good.
Okay. And so we all have got to continue to fight, continue to stand up for truth, right, and justice, continue to do what God puts on our heart, and that's to do all that we can to help our fellow man and have justice prevail. You know, we're overjoyed about the stay at the Supreme Supreme Court ruling, but yet we're still, you know, in pain and hurting because our family member is still there, and it has been far too long. And so we must continue to do what we need to do in order to make change and abolish the death penalty.
Where you calling from, Roderick?
I'm calling from actually off the side of the road right now. I'm trying to prepare the vehicle. I was headed on my way there, but it wasn't meant. But I'm glad that I'm able to do it over the phone and be there in spirit with you guys.
That's right.
But I just want everybody to know that, you know, it's not over until justice has been had in these cases. And there's a lot other people that are going through the same situation as Rodney Reed, as Melissa Lucio, as everybody that's down there on death row. And you don't even have to be on death row to have injustice in your life and corruption in your life, and we need to do all that we can do to make sure that just the right thing is done in these cases, and that make sure that we hold these prosecutors accountable for their mistakes when they incarcerate people like this, because not only do they incarcerate the people that so-called committed the crime, but they incarcerate us. I have not been freed. Charles has not been freed. John has not been freed because our family members sit down there for crimes that they did not commit, and that incarcerates us. Yes. We're not able to just go about a normal life and do the things that we want to do. We got to do the things we got to do to make change, and sometimes that seems unfair and cruel, and it is, but we got to push forward and keep moving. And I just encourage everybody to stand up and continue to do the right thing and use the power of vote, you know, to get the right people in office, to make change and do all that you can do. That's all I really got to say.
Love you, my brother.
Love you, we love you, Roderick.
And much love to your brother, Rodney. We with you.
All the way.
All right, man. I love y'all too, man, and y'all keep doing what you're doing. We're going to continue to fight, and we're going to come together one of these days where we can celebrate that we don't have to do this no more.
That's right.
Can we get a free Rodney Reed?
Free Rodney Reed! Free Rodney Reed! Free Rodney Reed! Free Rodney Reed! Before you go, Rodney, this is Roderick. This is Abe.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, Roderick, what we want to make sure everybody understands is that how far away was Rodney to his execution?
His execution got down to like almost 5 days or something. It
was just days away. Days away from execution, when exactly the same thing happened. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals ordered an evidentiary hearing, and it was prolonged a bit because of COVID, but a year and a half, more than a year and a half, until that hearing happened. And then the Innocence Project showed up with all the heavy hitters, Barry Scheck, the top witnesses, and the judge in Bastrop County said none of it mattered and made a recommendation of no. And now we're waiting in the Rodney Reed case. It's going to be, we don't know what's going to happen. It doesn't have to be that way for Melissa Lucio.
Exactly. We don't don't want to have to have her and her family wait that long. You know, it's been 24 agonizing years for us, and man, we just need to come to an end to this nightmare that our families are living, so that we can truly be free.
That's right. All right. Thank you, my brother.
Love you, Roderick.
Love you too, man. Appreciate all y'all. Godspeed.
We gonna talk.
Sure.
All right, that was Roderick Reed. So 3 more times.
Free Rodney Reed! Free Rodney Reed! Free Rodney Reed!
Yes, because injustice anywhere is justice everywhere. And we stand together. So somebody who knows what it's like to have to ask for clemency. Danielle Metz is with us here today. Thank you so much for being here. Danielle's from New Orleans, and she was the last person to receive clemency from President Barack Obama. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Metz. I am the Clemency Director for the National Council for Incarcerated and Formerly Incarcerated Women and Girls. I stand here to representing all formerly incarcerated women across the country. I'm here today because my heart goes out for Melissa, and I know what it feels like. But what I don't know what it feels like, I don't know how it feels to be an innocent woman in prison, waiting to see if this is gonna be your last day on earth. So we come here today to say that, hey, Mr. Sines can do the right thing. The Cameron County prosecutor can drop the charges. She's innocent. Why is she still dead? That's the question that we want to know. If not now, then when? That's right. It's long overdue. Long overdue. We want to bring Melissa home to her family. She's been gone for 14 years that she shouldn't have even been in there. She should be home now. We should be at the gate waiting for her to rush out there and grab her and embrace her. This is painful. And although I am home, I am not free when my sisters are locked up, especially when they're innocent. Yeah. We shouldn't even, like the young man said, we shouldn't even be standing here. This is not something we should have to keep talking about. If we see injustices and we turn a blind eye to it, then we're just as guilty as the people who are trying to put Melissa to death. That is how I feel. She needs to be home with her family. She needs to be home with her loved ones. And we at the National Council, that is our mission, to end incarceration of women and girls nationwide. I myself was sentenced to 3 life sentences plus 26 at the age of 26. I was a first-time offender. But somebody felt some kind of compassion, and they put a humanity in their heart to say, give this lady a chance. And I'm sure when Melissa come home, because she's coming home, because we're going to beat this ground until she walk out of here. We ain't got nothing else to do. Free her, free her, free her. That's what we want to do. So her family is awaiting her. I am awaiting her release. Otherwise, I wouldn't even been here. I love Melissa. I love her family. But this has got to change. We've been having this story too long. You heard the man on the radio, on the phone just now. This is when you know something. What's wrong with correcting the wrong? When you know it's wrong. She's innocent. Think about the unspeakable pain that she's feeling in there about her child. Something that she's not even guilty of. It's not fair. So I just ask the prosecutor, the Cameron County prosecutor, drop the charges. Free her. Let her go home. Reunite her with her family. It's too long. It's too long. And I'm going to fight for her. I'm going to post this all over. This is my new mission. I'm added to the things that I'm already doing. I'm not going to stop until she get out of here. All right. And we're not trying to get out. We're going to get out. That's right. We're not trying to get out. We're going to get her out. That's right. So be encouraged, Melissa, because you got people that love you. We're fighting for you, and we're not going to stop until we see you free. Free her! Free her! Free her!
Freedom! That's right, that's right. So the person who really brought us together is Miss Sabrina Van Tassel, all the way from Paris, France. Thanks to her. Yeah. We know that Melissa Lucio is an innocent woman. Please take it away.
Well, I'm so honored to be here where it all started. I've spent a lot of time here, a lot of time in Cameron County, a lot of time in that courthouse, you know, looking for the truth, looking for what really happened. And I discovered that something terrible had happened, that an innocent woman was on death row, and that she had been separated from her children for too many years. Separated, and not only separated from her children, but, you know, she had her family broken apart, alone 24 hours a day, with no contact, no visits, nothing. And so I started doing this film looking for, you know, the reason behind, you know, her being where she's at. And unfortunately, you know, the reasons is just right behind me. Crook DA who served 13 years in prison. So I'm so happy that she got to stay. It's a dream come true. It's a dream that, you know, somehow I helped, you know, in this process. I helped through my film to get all these people together and to, you know, have the entire world know about who Melissa Lucio is. Melissa Lucio was meant to die anonymously. And today, she's no longer anonymous. Everybody knows who she is. In every country, in Europe, in Latin America, all over the US, they know who she is. And we're not going to wait for years for her to be on death row. That's not enough for us. We want her to be free. We want her to be home with us. And, you know, this is long overdue. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabrina! Thank you, Sabrina! Thank you, Sabrina! In 15 minutes, we are expecting the District Attorney Luis Saenz to come out of this office. He has the opportunity to be a hero. We are here in gratitude. We are here with love. We come in peace. We are grateful that Melissa isn't being executed by the state, isn't being murdered by the state as she was falsely accused. But we're not going to stop fighting for her. And that's why we're here today. Because we're not going to stop fighting for her until she is free, because she's an innocent woman. And the reason that many of us are here today is because of Sabrina's documentary, who brought to light that Melissa is an innocent woman. Amen. So we're going to bring the people who came all over the country, who came all over the state of Texas to speak quickly. Because we're waiting for this guy to come out. So Maggie from Statewide Leadership, please, a few words.
Good afternoon, Maggie.
Hey.
Maggie.
Woo, woo. You drove up?
Yeah, in a van. Louis signed.
Yes. You did? We'll chase him down.
Hello, everybody. My name is Maggie Luna. I am from Austin, Texas. I work with the Statewide Leadership Council there. I am formerly incarcerated. And in 1996, the state of Texas put their thumb on my head and didn't let go. In 2015, the state of Texas took my 3 children from me because they knew better. Just like they think that they know better with Melissa staying in prison right now. And I've been fighting every single day since 2015 to get my children back. I haven't won that fight yet, but this fight is so dear to my heart because Melissa is a mother. And I had struggles similar to Melissa. And I'm standing here today doing everything I can to pay back everything that I've done wrong. And I've served my time. And we deserve to have Melissa out here helping and walking these streets and bringing God to all of this community. You know, my children have been separated. Melissa's children were separated by the system, and they failed him. They failed the family, they failed Melissa, and they failed my children. And my children are still fighting in the system. But thank God, Melissa gets to wake up tomorrow, as Jeff Leach said, and she has another chance. And I have to wake up every single morning and know my fight's not over, but I will get my babies back home.
Yes, yes, amen.
And Melissa will be with her babies again.
Yes.
So free Melissa Lucio!
Free Melissa Lucio! Free Melissa Lucio! Free Melissa Lucio!
Free Melissa
Melissa Lucio.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right. That's right.
Carmen from Somos Texas took an 11-hour bus to be here today. Carmen, please join us to say some words. Woo.
Carmen Ayala. Okay, my name is Carmen Ayala and I'm with Somos Texas, and we've been supporting Melissa Lucio and her family because this case has shown us how important elections are and how it makes a difference having the right people in office, because right now the DA can walk out through those steps and free Melissa's and have her be home tonight for dinner. So this is why we advocate at Somos Texas for voting and getting Latinos to come out and vote, because we need to put the right people in office. And we may be loud today, but we will be louder come election day. Okay. Free Melissa Lucio! Free Melissa Lucio! Free Melissa Lucio!
Free Melissa Lucio! All right, someone else who took an 11-hour bus to be here today. 3 steps. Please join us, the National Veterans Organizer.
That girl. That girl.
Buenas tardes, everyone. Everybody keeps hearing the fam over here call me sad girl. My name is Tristeza Ordex. That is my name. I'm a National Veterans Organizer here in Texas. And I did come all the way from Dallas, Texas with my girl Carmen. And I had something written out that I wanted to speak about. But it's so inspiring to stand here because I represent a certain constituency of people, veterans. And it's important that veterans be behind the Lucio family and this cause and this issue that's continuing to incarcerate nuestra gente. They come into our neighborhoods to recruit us to go into the military. They come into our communities to lock us up, not to take care of us. Por eso es importante. That's why it's important to vote. Because like Carmen said, that DA can come out of here right now and fix this issue. But they're playing politics. They're playing politics with people's lives, con nuestras vidas. So it's important that we get out behind the Lucio family, and any day of the week, I will travel on a damn Greyhound bus to back them, porque son mi familia. And we will stand next to them, by them, and with them until Melissa comes home.
All right.